10 minutes. T-minus 9 minutes. T-minus 8 minutes. T-minus 7 minutes. T-minus 6 minutes. T-minus 5 minutes. T-minus for minutes. T-minus 3 minutes. T-minus 2 minutes. T-minus 1 minute. Stand by.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and for the most part, reasonably on time. My buddy Joe's here joining us tonight, and VectorMan64 is also here, as he usually is. And as is typical in the beautiful city of Regina, there are sirens and transients and weird people, and anyway, in the spirit of whatever the fuck the spirit of whatever it was I was thinking of, but obviously drops that thought. We are going to play a game that, in my view, is an absolutely 100% accurate simulation of the average Canadian bystander's intelligence level, as you can see here. All right, let's try this. Yes, 0. And as usual, 0. What do you want? Are you going to play? Asian cat want to play Asian game. For reason unknown. Asian game make more sense than Asian cat. Champion mode. This computer mode. Okay, we try. Champion mode. We roll the game. Unless we are being counted as 51st state. Yeah, I don't know, man. It could still happen. Save me some money on immigration fees, I guess, but at what cost? 0? Alright. Obviously, we're getting our usual showboating interruption here. You want attention? Here, you can bounce along to pointless Japanese music. There you go. She won't stop unless I do this. There you go. So does this buy me at least 5 minutes? Is this gonna buy me 5 minutes of you not, like, pawing and brushing against my fucking knees while I'm trying to do this? Hey? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Ugh. Take the West Coast first in order to connect Alaska to the main island. Yeah. Better quality pot, too, I guess. Primo consideration. It's legal here. That's why Trump really wants to take over Canada. He wants our so-called high-quality pot. No, I haven't gotten my PlayStation Plus back, but I will. I just have to siphon, move some money in different places and pay some shit, but I will get it done again. 4 is fine. You gotta start somewhere. You definitely more support out of Alberta, but not BC. Connect oil and minerals. Yeah, fuck, that's the way to go. Yeah, here we go. How's this for realistic boxing? This game amuses me. I'm not even drunk yet. I have the fireball waiting in the freezer to have the little ice crystals in it, and then I fully intend to get drunk while I'm playing this. You could call this the pre-show. Hey Joe, you gotta play this with me. Either when you come up here or I come down and visit you in Ottawa. I'll bring the Saturn or whatever, and you can play the game. It's so fucking stupid. Get up, squarehead! Literally a squarehead. In this particular case, square. Ooh. This game is really weird. It's really weird. You know what? Let me pause. Oh. By the way, the rum you recommended last week, did you recommend Boombu or Malibu rum? Oh, fuck. No, Boombu. Well, I mean, Malibu's not bad. I don't care for it. It's not bad rum. I just don't like it. I'm just making sure that I'm not completely and totally distorted. Oh, okay. I thought it was distorted, but that actually sounds okay on the headphones. All right. We shall continue with irreverent, pointless fun and burn a few of what's left of my IQ points in the process. Yeah, Boom Boo Rum. My sensei actually recommended it to me, and it's quite nice. Yeah, Boom Boo Rum. It has crossbones on the front of it, but without the skull part, just the crossbones. Fireball. I'm working on the fucking Fireball, Joe. For the record, Joe introduced me to Fireball, so it's his fault. Joe introduced me to Fireball like, what was it, like 8 years ago, 10 years ago? Because he had discovered it. But this is a twist on Fireball. The Fireball that I've been drinking lately, I haven't been drinking the pure Fireball. It's like an apple liqueur, whatever. So it's like 6.6% rather than 35, but it still has like a kick to it. No, Fireball is not hard to find. It's not hard to find anywhere. It's not hard to find anywhere in the United States or here. But Boom Boo is what you want. And you did spell it right. It's really nice. It's not the cheapest stuff in the world, but it is it's about what you would pay for a big bottle of Screwball, which is also nice. Great cost. Well, it's not a great cost, but it's I gotta check some of the local liquor stores for Russian Standard and Boom Boo. You will probably find it, well, yeah, Russian Standard shouldn't be too hard to find. In Chicago, there's gotta be a yeah, Boom Boo. I don't actually know where Boom Boo is made. Zero is gonna blow chunks. Yeah, it's about the Boom Boo is about the same. A larger bottle of Boom Boo, or like a normal bottle of Boom Boo, is gonna wind up costing about the same as a similarly sized bottle of Screwball. It's pretty nice. I'll probably have my first Fireball in the next 20 minutes or so. Damn, I gotta roll now, thanks. It took you this long to fucking roll, bud? Holy shit. I feel like I've been smoking by playing this game. Actually, I think the people that were playing this game were... We will do a live when you do... Yo, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is the one night where I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to drink and eat nutritionally deficient food and stuff. Ouch! 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 It's like high school. Yeah. Except in high school, we were still working at the TV station. Couldn't do live streaming at home, that's for damn sure. Big fucking cameras that were like 75. Westo Raspberry Shandy. I've actually never had that. Any good? I'm actually curious. Pixel Square! Square. Yeah, I miss the 90s too. We're all getting old, man. This is why we're spending our Friday nights playing video games that were made when we were young. Stop blocking, dipshit. Holy fuck muffins on a cracker of shit. Wow. Yeah, whatever he said. Oh, I lose. Well, yeah. Yes, of course I want to play. What a silly, silly question. Malibu is terrible. Thank you. Boom boo. That's what you want. Hello, Zero. Zero, what do you want? Wah, do you want attention? Is that what you want? If you want attention, then come over here. Zero, if you want attention, you gotta come over here. Yeah, this is an unavoidable interlude. This is just what she does. Otherwise, she's just gonna keep driving me crazy. Here, are you happy? Have you satisfied your need for inconveniently placed attention? No music this time, though. No music this time, because it's in the middle of the game. You're making me lose my focus. Not that you care. Do you care? No, you don't care. Should just do this all fucking night. Here, how much time does this buy me? Yeah. So why can't you play video games uninterrupted? Well, I gotta massage my pussy. Okay, Asian pussy. Hopefully that will suffice as a happy ending. Bye. Ow! 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 Dipshit block. Oppa Gangnam Style! Op! 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 Oppa Gangnam Style. And then my German dog is looking at me like, I don't know what's you. Ow! Where? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and whatever. Cool, yo. Do do do. Do 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 do. I don't. Can I change this view? Because this view kind of sucks. Yes. You'll change it. Ow. Block, you square-headed tit. Fuck me. Yeah, if they make enough of it, some stuff it's kind of regional. Some stuff they'll import and other stuff they won't. But it sounds pretty good. Ouch, 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 ouch. First he was a squarehead, then he was a star, then he was a trapezoid, and then a big guitar. I don't fucking know. I just got 0. Stop yelling at me. 6, 7, 8, 9. 0. Stop fucking with the computer desk. Yeah. Ouch. How do you block? Okay, Z is block. Z, Z, whatever. I hate this view. Get out of that fucking view, douche nozzle, twit, snot brain, poop face. You can dink on our live. A dink, a dink, a dink. 0 heckling from the sideline. She's like, what the fuck is this? A question I have been asking my entire life. For far more than this particular video game. I don't think we can argue that. Joe, don't say anything. What can I say? I'm a grappler, not a boxer. Ow! This man is needs surgery in his face. Square. Square. I don't know how you block, man. I meant the look of the characters look like high school. Well, it's Smiths Falls. But you know what? I'll give them this much. At least they have all their own teeth. And as boxers, no less. So, you know, that's really more than can be said for Smiths Falls, Ontario. If you are from Smiths Falls, Ontario, and part of this chat, the statistic probability that you're able to read anything in the chat is less than 2%. Drink on our live, jeez. I'm gonna drink. I want cold Fireball. I don't want stuff that's warm as piss. I do not want warm as piss Fireball. I like how they're all banged up, but they still have all their own teeth. Even in Japanese boxing, they have certain aesthetic standards. You can have a head that's shaped like a square. You can have a black eye. You can have all kinds of lesions and have a tail, but you're never going to lose your teeth. Your head will turn into a star, a trapezoid, and various other polygons and such. Ow. Isn't this called box head boxing? Yeah, I'm not sure what the... I think they call it funky head boxing or something in English, but it was never, as far as I know, it was never released in North America. This is obviously a Japanese copy of the game. As evidenced by the fact that most of the menus, and by most I mean all of the menus, I cannot read. Speaking of illiteracy... Except there is a difference between illiteracy in your native language versus illiteracy in a language that not only do I not speak, have never, well, I studied Japanese a little bit, but certainly nowhere near fluency. And it was 20 years ago. Time up. I was just about to turn his square head into a pyramid. I think that was the name. Yeah. I think in English they call it funky head boxing or something. I don't know. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Actually, I was dicking with this yesterday. I was fucking with the Japanese games that I had, and there is a fighting game on here that is based on all the Golden Axe characters. Old school Genesis. It's actually really fucking hard. Like, it took me a little while to get through the first, and I'm pretty okay at fighting games. I'll try this. This ain't Silent Hill. Can you change the image in the blockhead? Could be very entertaining. I don't think you can. I can pick different characters, but I can't change the, The Saturn had some things I think that you could do some basic stuff like that in the 90s for some other games, but this wasn't one of them. But this was, you know, this is sort of the era of the Game Boy camera and... Don't you fucking get up. Don't you fucking get up. Golden Axe the Duel. Yeah, that's it. I had it in my box, but I just had never played it, so I didn't know what it was. I thought, oh, you know what? Maybe this is... Because I researched some of the games, but some of them they were in the pile, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Golden Axe. I wonder if this is a new Golden Axe game. I had no idea that it was a fighter because I just didn't know anything about it. It doesn't have incredible mechanics, but the mechanics are solid, and I found it difficult. Not impossible difficult, but it certainly wasn't a button masher. But not as fast and as tactical, or at least as fast, I guess we'll say, as, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just pushing all the buttons here, man, on the topic of button mashing. I'll switch to another game in a little bit on the live stream. I just thought it would be fun to sort of start with this. Anybody have any requests for games? How about you, Joe? Any wacky Japanese games that you, for the Sega Saturn, that you want to see? Because chances are I probably have it. Sorry, I'm not trying to make snot noises. Get up, dipshit. Get up. Well, round the corners off your head. Sorry, I know that's gross. No, it's 0%. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm getting some of the... I'm sort of playing and reading at the same time, so I'm going to fuck shit up. Joe's like, ha, Corey, fuck shit. Fuck off. Pre-fuck off. Fulminating, fornicating, pre-fuck off. Interval. I honestly find this music kind of annoying. It don't do nothing. It don't do nothing. Yeah, take that, dipshit. I really need to, I trash talk and then I get my ass kicked and then I just keep my mouth shut and then I get like I went, stop blocking, fuckface. Hello, Tilk. Have you had enough? Aw. Tilk, that is... Oh, I guess it's okay if you're there. 4, 5. 5 alive. Come on, man. Come on, man. Ow. Guardian Heroes. Oh, yeah, I can play that next. Whoop. Whoop. I was going to say I'm not great at Guardian Heroes, but I'm not exactly batting 1,000 in this game either. Ow! Ow, you're hurting my little wristy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah! Sit there. Alright, stop that. Sit there. I don't even know how this works. Like it says, hit the button. It's... Yeah. Round the wall. I guess I could at least see if there's a different character. Zero, do you mind? Do you mind? You think you could do better? I probably couldn't do much worse. Wah! Wah! Get up, QB! I'm not finished with you. So, if these guys are made of cubes, I wonder if their dicks are rectangular prisms. So, do the women in this game, if there are any, have square vaginas? So many questions that really have answers that nobody needs. Get up, fucker, Google, Dwink. Dwink? Come on, man. Put up your dukes. You. Time up. Lame. There's so much punchy. There's so much punchy. Triangle tits. I am cool with triangle tits. They keep render time and other things lower. Triangle tits? I don't think there's anybody in the vicinity or should of the city that has triangle tits. Are they isosceles triangle tits? Are they hypotenuse triangle tits? Sega Rally. Triangle. Are there any triangle tits in Sega Rally? Sega Rally. Okay, how about this? We'll do Sega Rally next, if that's all right with you, Vector Man 64. And then I'll do Guardian Heroes after. Because Joe knows that I'm not very good at racing games. And so it'll be quick, but I'll probably wind up playing Guardian Heroes for a while. Ouch! 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 I want my triangle tits! It struck me that having triangle tits would be somewhat painful. But if you had a rectangular prism for a dick, then I feel like there might be an engineering difficulty with insertion. X-Men versus Street Fighter. Yeah, but I'll play one of those. I know you and I, Vector Man, we do a bunch, and I will play those. I'll do Gunstar. I'll do Guardian Heroes. But let me start with I hate this song. I could write better music than this. Actually, I literally could write better music than this. In fact, I have written better music than this, constipated, sick, and drunk. With things going out of... Oh, Joe is saying X-Men versus Street Fighter. I'll start with... I'll make sure I get to everybody. So, Joe, we'll start with Sega Rally, because I don't think I've done Sega Rally, and I'll blow out pretty quick. And then, yeah, okay. Well, let me start with Sega Rally, because it's different, and then I'll play X-Men versus Street Fighter. How's that? Joe's been going on about Sega Rally all fucking week. I'm pretty sure I have Sega Rally. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go load the game. And if I don't have Sega, I'm pretty sure I do have Sega Rally. Let me check. If I don't have Sega Rally, I'll load X-Men versus Street Fighter, but I will still load X-Men versus Street Fighter post Sega Rally anyway. Just might be in different position. Okay, hang on. All right, ladies and germs, we have. I had Sega Rally Championship. And 2 funnels with a string for triangle. It's like a boob jock strap. Hey, look, it's grade 9 3D graphics. Thanks to the cooperation of Toyota and Lancia, the I can't read that fucking fast! Fireball, made with cinnamon flavored whiskey. I guess it's kind of a cooler, sort of. Yes, I think I know what game this is. I fucking picked it. I want to see if I can read that. She will never catch you. You're pissed off, Norwegian. She's gonna know. She's gonna call me and be like, Corey, what the fuck did you... Yeah. Press a start button. Okay, let's see. I want to see that disclaimer text too. CCC SRC lib. Is it gonna give it? Thanks for the cooperation of Toyota and Lancia, the automobiles appearing in Sega Rally Champion. Ah, fuck! Screw it! People give me hell for putting titles on screen not fucking long enough. That's horse shit. Fuck you! English people can read fast. Not in the country! Alright, let's start this epic evening of virtual automotive failure. Ah. Alright. Here goes nothing. Alright, Joe, what car should I pick? You tell me. I'll wait until you pick the car. With a name like Titoni, in case you hadn't noticed, he's Italian. Pick the fucking car! Oh, I guess it picked for me. Yes, and I have Pretty Fighter. It's fun. It's so fucked. I can play that too. How do I change? I don't like this view. That's better. That's the view I remember playing in the arcade. Oh. Ow! See, this is why Joe wanted to see me play. Hey, look, there's the wall. 0, fuck off. You're artificially decreasing my already impossibly poor performance. Ow! Ow. Yeah, whatever. Wow! 14 out of 15 and driving into fucking cows. Get back on the road. You get off the road. No, not you in the... God damn it. Why is there a chopper there? Yeah, finish. Loading geek. Yeah, I have Pretty Fighter.
3, 2, 1, go.
I think the last time I played this was actually at the arcade. This is the last time I played Sega Rally. Never actually played it on the Saturn, I don't think. Daytona, yes. Daytona. Let's go away. Daytona. We spend so much. Whoa. The fuckers were gonna fuck me up. Ow. I'm driving like a Quebecer. Ow. I say this as a French speaker. No! Ah! Fuck me. Retired. Now there's a tidy little way of saying you suck. He was kicked out of the match for being fucking retarded. Quite literally retarded because was too slow, too behind. Before the social justice warriors decide that they want to add their 2 cents. God, this is an impatient little dick, isn't it? Alright. No, I'm not going to let you pick the fucking car you want at your leisure. We want the race to start. Fuck you. You know what?
3, 2, 1, go.
Go, god damn it. What is going on here? Oh. Oh, I picked a manual transmission, that's why. Okay, you know what? Manual transmission on a controller sucks. Yeah, screw it. In an arcade, doing manual, no problem, but watch out for the dark. Fuck you, Joe. It was in English. They're Japanese. They shouldn't be able to read that fast. I was reading the part in English, god damn it. Be more observant. Jesus. No, I don't want another manual car. God, fuck me.
3,
Yes, I want to exit. I want an automatic transmission in a rally car. Because I am an innovator. God damn it. Look at this shit. How am I supposed to play manual with this? There, automatic transmission. In the arcade, I will fucking do this. I will fucking do this in the arcade with a stick. But on this little rinky-dink Radger-Tadger controller, fuck that noise without lube. Whoa, these rally cars are low to the ground, man. Wow! Fuck! Ow! Wow, I must have like a rich daddy or something, because it's like, here, son, you have absolutely no hope in being a European racer at any level, so I'll just spend my entire retirement money on giving you a car that you can't drive, can't perform with, and can't even get a date in. See, if you race like this and your dad keeps buying you cars, it's because he wants to see you as an international laughingstock. Look at what I produced as my child. Look at this fuck up. Hey, once he's out of the fucking womb, he's not my problem anymore. So I will just get as much abject entertainment as I possibly can. Oh, look, he ran into a cow! It's like teaching you to drive all over. Yeah, fuck you, bud. I can drive just fine. Just not in this game.
3, 2,
Yeah, Jill tried to teach me how to drive when we were still... I don't know. I don't know if I was still in my teens. I think I was in my early 20s. I got my driver's license late. But I got my pilot's license. Or I learned to fly, I should say. Before that, so meh. We spent enough time driving crazy shit in the back 40. Yeah, I will say though that this is pretty reminiscent of the like this fucking sucks. So this is why Joe wanted me to play this game, because he knew that this was going to happen. racing games, particularly rally ones, are not really my bag. Fuck, man. What was really funny was Jakob playing Need for Speed. That was hilarious. He's in like a police car and he's like crashing into shit. He's doing pretty alright though. I gotta give the kid credit. Oh, there's a counter. Jeez, they time races? Who knew? Yeah, wah. Wah. The cat's angry. Cat is angry. I don't like this view. It's too realistic. Wow! Ow! Fuck! And Joe's like, Joe's probably... Joe, are you drinking Fireball as well? But you're probably drinking the pure stuff. Remember, don't drink and dwivy. I'm not stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, that's the alphabet. Ow! There is no suspension on this car. This car going places I don't want it to go. Ow! Ow! Hey Joe, do you think I could get a driver's license in Norway driving like this? Ask Connie. Hey Connie, how would I do in Norway driving this way? Probably get arrested by one of those Norwegian cops in like a leather jacket and spandex pants. This game feels like 417. Shift, shift, shift. I'm marginally ashamed to admit that I'm back on an automatic transmission. If you want some real entertainment, though, we could absolutely... Ow! No! I'm getting face fucked and bamfed by the road! By my own non-existent skills. Ow! Position 14 out of 15. Ow! Hey, look, I'm driving after Welfare Day in Sault Ste. Marie. Sorry. It's so fucking terrible. Oh my god. No! Shift, shift, shift. I don't know how to shift. I mean, I do in the arcade, but not here. Ow. I'm a turn ref now. Good at rook, everybody S. Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, time is up. It is a merciful, well, not really. Merciful end of failure. Total failure. Absolute failure. No. All right. Let's make this funnier. Trying to do 4-speed manual on this controller. This ought to be good. All right. So I am in neutral. So what does this do? I guess shift, shift, shift. Okay, that sort of works. I think the scary thing is I'm actually doing marginally better in manual. Okay, I'm actually doing, I mean, I'm still not doing that well, but I'm actually doing a bit better in manual. I mean, like I say, I'm still not doing fantastic, but okay. I honestly thought I would do a whole lot worse. Alright. So Lance Stroll, then he drives like that. Yeah, he's not even we have one beer in. Oh man. I am doing a marginally better in manual. Notice I didn't say good, but
Very long easy right.
time is up. Well, Lance Stroll, what do you want, cat? Fair enough. Learn from a pro, not you. Jakob would probably be fine with this. What do you want? Ah, this is pulling my hair. Should be going.
3, 2, 1, go.
It is not easy to. Whoa.
Easy left.
Why isn't it letting me shift the... It's not letting me... Oh, am I automatic now?
Wow. Long medium right.
What the fuck? Okay, am I... Yes, I'm gonna... I don't know why it's not letting me shift. Bush, ice, and weed. No license for you. Too late! Too fucking late! No license for me, huh? Oh yeah, I picked an... I'm gonna stick with manual. I was like, haha, can't drive a manual! I seem to be doing marginally better, though not particularly well. I said I want to start the fucking game! Okay, let's try this again. I should pay attention. Start. 1995. I was 10 years old.
1, go.
Where the hell does the time go?
Easy right. Easy left. Easy right.
Alex Tagliani, I ain't.
Easy right. Long medium right. Check one.
Shit. No, fuck me.
Over jump.
Over jump. Maybe I should go to the second gear or third gear. To ow. Maybe not. I don't know.
Easy right. Wow.
Sticking. Okay, now it's a straight.
Very long easy right, baby.
Why am I in the grass? You know what? I don't want to know. Never mind. Okay. I never quite understood the point of this.
Finish.
Finish! No English.
3, 2,
I'm going to
1, go.
take this moment to have some chocolate before failing further at this miserable game. Actually, it's not a miserable game. What's miserable about it is my performance. Fun fact, Joe will back me up on this. We went to high school in a town that had a Hershey factory in it. And for whatever reason, I still like Reese peanut butter cups. And everybody would turn around and say, "Oh, it must be wonderful to go to high school in a town that has a chocolate factory in it." Well, it was great when it was winter. Not so nice in the summer. It was nice for 15 minutes. And then they would turn the boilers on when it was 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. If you think that Eat More looks gross in the way that you get it in the store, now imagine a giant vat the size of about 16 school buses filled full of hot, steaming, browned, viscose liquid with peanut butter pieces floating in it. It looks, well, it looks like a bathroom emergency. I don't understand the Swedes or the Finns. Lisa's both, and she's still mad at me. It's been 20 years. I'm good at pissing off Finnish women. It seems to be my talent. At least Dutch food is good, though. Fireball, made with cinnamon-flavored whiskey, with apple. Avec du whisky aromatisé à la canne et à la pomme. Boisson au whisky aromatisé. Notice they have no pithy little remarks on the can. It doesn't really have any description about it. Manufactured by Embouteillé par Station 22, Montreal, Quebec, Canada, H1N 3M7. Let's examine the ingredients in such carbonated, alcoholized, spicy apple chunks of heaven, shall we? Ingredients: carbonated water, sugar, sucrose, neutral grain spirit, whiskey, natural flavor, citric acid, sodium benzoate, potassium sorbate, sodium citrate, and caramel. Just like Grandma used to make. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you too can have nutritionally deficient, yet reasonably high alcoholic content in Fireball. You may be interested to know that this is my first can, but will not be my last can. In fact, I fully intend, ladies and gentlemen, to consume and acquire another can from that esteemed chamber in my house known as the kitchen. I shall return momentarily with more booze and even poorer judgment than I exercise on a daily basis. This is the wireless microphone. So you can hear me as I go to the kitchen to acquire already purchased nutritionally deficient beverages. While you can hear me and cannot see me, with the abject abuse of technology, I shall now narrate my next steps, which shall include taking the Fireball can and putting it in the recycling bin for the city of Regina to not pick up at the appropriate time and complain that a recyclable can is not recyclable. I am now acquiring a second can of Fireball. I have 6 cans. I have consumed one, and am about to consume another. This pointless running commentary is brought to you by nobody in particular. Tilk, go lie down. I know you're German, but you're not getting the booze. Fucking dog wants my booze. You get a bad food spoil. You get to go swimming and you get women. Norway. It's Norway or no way. I want to go to some epic EDM concerts in Norway. I shall now take a sip of this beverage. Which, in my mind, is acceptably... I'm going to put some more of these in the freezer. One moment. Oh yes, I forgot that burp was transmitted. There we go. 1 sec, I'm just going to put this on the be right back for a moment. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just enjoying some of my nutritionally deficient and highly alcoholic beverage while I put more of them in the freezer. Come on, it's not just Finnish women. Joe, I don't know what you're talking about. Die. Finnish women, Syracusian women, French women. Yeah. Maybe it would help if I wasn't a neutral, eh? That would probably help. Oh my god. No! You know what? Fuck me. This is unintentionally comic. Okay. Alright, this is retarded. Street Fighter versus X-Men it is, I think. I think that was what we were going to play, right? And then we should show... Vector Man, do you think we should show Joe Asuka 120%? Or do you think we should show her... Show him... him... Pretty Fighter 10. X-Men versus Street Fighter. Okay, give me a sec. I'll load that game. 1 second. Alright, X-Men versus Street Fighter. Fun fact, when I was in college, I had a friend who was Japanese, and we used to she used to think it was funny. There was so all her we would go to. There were a bunch of Japanese students that she would bet that I could beat them, and they did not take it very well when I did. But I have not played this since college. Moreover, I am playing this on the Saturn, and I guess I could put the fight stick in. Oh, go with Asuka. Okay, well, let me do a round of this. And then I can do Asuka. I don't know if this will... Vector Man, do you know if on the Saturn, X-Men versus Street Fighter recognizes the mission stick? Because I have the stick, the arcade stick. Well, I'll try this without the stick, and we'll just play this regular. We'll do arcade mode, because that's what I know. I always play as Chun-Li. There we go. 6 miles an American, love it. This will go up against Rogue, I guess. We'll do normal because I haven't played this in a while. I haven't actually played this since college, and I don't know how to execute all the combos on Saturn. So this should be interesting. I don't expect to do as well as I did in college, because I don't know what the I just need to re-familiarize myself with the combos, because it's obviously different on the Saturn. Like, the game is the same. This is actually a really good port of the arcade, because I put a lot of fucking quarters in that machine, man. A lot of quarters. I know I'm kind of getting hit more than I probably should be here. I'm trying to remember the... I'm trying to remember the combos, and I'm also trying to do it on the Saturn with different... Why am I... Oh, okay, I see what's going on. It took me a minute. 2, 3. I could be doing a lot worse given how long it's been since I've played this. Especially that I'm not playing this on the in the arcade, and I'm playing it on the Saturn that has different sort of different button arrangements. Oh, that didn't quite go. We'll continue. It's been a while. That's fine. Okay, good. So I remembered how to do the cartwheel. So that's good. That's still there in my memories of old. And kicks do work. There we go. There we go. It's been a while, so I couldn't quite... Because it's those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like those multiple hit combos. You really need those in this. I mean, I'm not doing as hot as I normally do, but it's okay. You know, for 10 years, it's all right. I used to be able to fucking mop the floor with this shit in the arcade. Used to be able to get 8 hits pretty easily. I mean, I'll take 3 or 4 hits or whatever after. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Time over. Sorry, I know it's gross. It's the air conditioning that's doing shit. I'll stay as Chun-Li. I have always played as Chun-Li all the time. Always, always, always. I am Chun-Li. Oh, I should have blocked. Combo, combo, combo on the Saturn. Just trying to remember what the combos are. The computer knows all the combos, but I'm old. Three hit. I want an 8 hit though. Oh, shit. That's okay. It's been a while. I'll take it. Ah. Whoops. I will say I was never a fan of Gambit. Gambit just never really worked for me. Was never a huge fan of Ken. Was never a fan of Ken. But it's legit. Yeah, I'll continue. Yeah, I always play as Chun-Li. Always, always, always. Yeah, it might be interesting having Chun-Li go up against Wolverine. I think the arcade stick should work with the Saturn and X-Men versus Street Fighter, especially if the case has a symbol that tells you whether or not it's fight stick compatible. I have all my games in a... I should keep them in the cases. I have them all in like one of those old school CD sleeves for easy access, and then I have the discs themselves, or the cases for display. I know, dumb. Not doing great against Ken. It's like, haha, when I was younger, back in day, did better job against such game. But today, not exactly bringing home the bacon, I don't think. Ah! Shit. You know what? I'm not going to make mistakes for not having arcade controls. I mean, I've done well on plenty of fighters with normal controller. And honestly, I like the way that the Saturn controller is. We'll play Storm. Why not? Why not? We'll play as Storm. I don't think you can go wrong with Storm. I love how we're basically committing complete and total assault in front of the police. I train with a lot of cops in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and if we were just doing like a fucking fist fight in the middle of the street, that's a good way to get your ass arrested for assault. Ah! Fucking me doodly die.
I'm just sort of trying to get used to the. It's just a matter of getting used to the. Okay. Storm. See how Storm is. It was actually a good suggestion to do this because I haven't played this game in 20 years, so I'm essentially not relearning the combos, but refamiliarizing myself with the combos. And most of the time that I played this, it was almost always in the arcade because we had an arcade at school. We had an original arcade cabinet. In fact, Moonlight Movies, there's an I really should see if I can get an original arcade, like a jam of this, or find a cabin, because this was fun. It would be an American one, but that's okay. Capcom generally doesn't... I don't know if I've won more than one match so far. Ah, shit. Totally different interface. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Ken and Zangief are absolutely trashed here. I generally... even in the arcade, when I had a difficult time, and it didn't seem to... Well, I always played as Chun-Li anyway, which maybe I'm making it more difficult for myself, and I'm sure I am. But I know there are some people that kind of have this... And I've said this before. Some people have the mentality, oh, well, you should be generally familiar with all the characters. Then there's the second school of thought, which is be a master, like basically just play one character. I'm of the latter school. Didn't you play this a few months ago? Actually, you know what? I think I did. Wait, was I playing? I'm trying to remember if I was playing this or Street Fighter 3. I might have played this a few months ago. I thought I hadn't played this, but I might have. I know I played Street Fighter with 3, I think. But it might have been this. I honestly don't remember. The mechanics are very similar. And honestly, it's been a while. And frankly, I probably fucked it up. Probably. Yeah, I'll have to look through the live streams that I've done, and I very well may have played this. I feel like it was Street Fighter 3, but it very well may have been this. But I'm glad I have it. I've been toying with the idea of getting a Dreamcast, like a Japanese Dreamcast. I've been sort of on the fence about it. I know that I have to finish up with the arcade machine and get it going through my OSSC, the Virtual Fighter 2 machine, which I'm about finished with, but I'm not completely done with it yet. I mean, my aim was to have the big day be July 15th, but that's like in a week, so I don't know if I can have I don't know if I'm gonna have the arcade machine modified by then. Certainly gonna try. Just, life and shit. Okay, it really should take more than just a kick to get to this guy. There we go. Yeah, because I mean, Street Fighter character, like any of the Capcom fighters, should be about the combos. Button mashing generally does not work, and it shouldn't work, right? You want to have a strategic, a decent mechanical, strategic setup. I'll take it. If it's working, I'll take it. Eventually, this dude's gonna figure it out. There we go. So that takes care of that. It's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. Yeah, I got another KO. Okay, did I play this on the first stream? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I guess I just mixed it up with Street. I guess I just bleh. Fuck, I shouldn't be slurring my words. I am not that drunk. Not yet. I'm just on my second one. Alright, just two women kicking each other in the face. At least this time we're not putting coins in the machine over it. Chun-Li versus Rogue. I really should not be getting this far, even on normal, with just kicks. There we go. That's so. It's starting to come back. I mean, you know, like I'm not mopping the fucking floor, but you know. How was I doing in my first game? Vector Man, I can't remember how I was doing. But I guess I only played it the once. Yeah, I couldn't remember. It must have been a few months ago. It must have not been that long after I got the Saturn, the Japanese Saturn. I don't know what his combos are. Storm won that one. Oh yeah, it's all about distance and timing, and it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And you know, you really have to keep it up with these games. You do have to keep it up with the Capcom ones. I have won a few, and wow, that's an old TV camera. That is actually almost exactly like one of the ones I first used at CJOH. I remember being so fucking nervous that I was gonna break it. There's a 2-hit. I'd like to do a little bit more than a 2-hit, though. I used to be able to get like 8 hits, no problem. There we go. It's not an 8-hit, but I'll take 2 hits. There we go. Typhoon! Since when did Storm have a Japanese accent? Yeah. TV camera operator is kind of hoping he's going to get a little bit of action. He might get it on the camera, but he's not going to get it in his bedroom. I'm sure he wishes he does. Did. God, my Smiths Falls grammar is coming back. There we go. Could have been Street Fighter, looks similar. Yeah, no, Vector Man's been around for most of these streams. If he says that I was playing this, I'm sure it was. I play a lot of fucking games, man. What I'd love to get is I would love to get a candy cab. That would just be awesome. I have the Virtua Fighter 2 arcade machine behind me. I have it set to free play. No more quarters for me. Or loonies, I guess, because I don't have to play this shit. Ah! Oh, fuck. I hate this dude. Even when I was on fire in Street Fighter, back in the day when I was young and awesome. Oh, I'm still awesome, I'm just not young anymore. But, you know, Ken always fucking pissed me off. 9 hit. He gets his fucking 9 hit. I don't remember what the... I'm just trying to remember what the... I mean, I can kind of deal with that one. I can deal with that combo, but that's not 2 hit. It's just a matter of kind of getting that one. Oh, shit. I gotta get some space. The thing about martial arts, regardless of whether it's in a video game or real life, you have to create space or control space. You need to control space. Ah. Might have been able to jump out of that one. That was legit. I fucked that one up.
Totally fucked that one up. Yeah, we'll continue.
We'll keep going. Starting to get a little, some of it's starting to come back a little bit. And it is true. These are different mechanics in terms of the arcade, which is frankly where I spent most of my time on this. Vector Man remembers me playing this a few months ago, I guess, on the stream. And you know what? I probably did. I'm sure I did. I mean, it's pretty easy to prove. I mean, one could just find the stream. But, okay, even if it was like 2 times instead of 1, most of the time that I spent with this particular game, I spent playing in the arcade. You know, lots and lots and lots and lots of quarters. Ryu is also a pain in the ass, but I find him generally to not be as much of a pain in the ass as Ken. When I did Aikido, my buddy Dave, I would miss a move, he would fucking throw and go, Hadouken! It's like, fuck off! All in good fun, of course. It is the penalty for not getting your move. Mind you, there's a reason that you don't have a full randori in Aikido. People say stuff about Aikido, but it does work, and I often pair it with Jiu-Jitsu, and it works great. It really does. It's fantastic. I wish more people would learn Aikido and pair it with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, because between the two of them, it's a really, really good combination. You you have both micro and macro joint manipulation in terms of training, which I really, really like a lot. I do believe you had someone in the room who you played against that stream. Who I played against in that stream. Don't worry, I'm going to keep playing. I'm just trying to remember. Oh, yes. Yeah, I did. I had a friend of mine that came over, and she's actually really good. Actually, she's very good. Yeah, she came over, and I thought online. Saturn can, well, technically the Saturn can go online, or could go online. The guy I bought this from was like, hey, I've got a Saturn modem. Do you want to buy it? I'm like, it would be a cool collector's piece, but I doubt it would work. I mean, who the fuck else is going to be connected to it? But honestly, the guy that I actually bought this from a guy in Edmonton. To me, Edmonton, Alberta. I'm taking Rod Peterson's mannerisms from the show. He goes, anything. He's like, it's this guy's from Alberta. I found that all the Sega stuff that I wanted, arcade, consoles, games, whatever, it just seemed to be something that I could always find, whether it was American, Japanese. I generally was able to find it with relative ease in Alberta. So to me, Edmonton, Alberta is the Canadian land of Sega. And the guy that I bought this from was a pretty cool dude. Nice guy. In fact, he had a young kid. His kid kept wanting to come down, and I don't have kids myself, but I have friends with kids, and Joe's got 4 kids, and I've dated people with kids, and not my kids. Cyclops wins. Cool. I'll take it. I will take it. I will absolutely take it. I wish we did more lives when we were in Ottawa. Damn kids. LOL. Did more lives? Oh, yeah. We'll have lots of time for lives, bud. We will. I have to go down to Ottawa to do more shit, and you know, and then we'll see how things go with the construction. But I have to go down and do more stuff. Ray's like, so Corey, when are we gonna get? I'm working on it. Fuck, man, I'm working on it. I still have to edit the. Wow, that was quick. I still have to edit the. We still have to edit the episode of Go Nitro that we shot in Gatineau, the skiing one, because I gotta get that going to air. Oh, shit. You know what? We should get Jakob on here. We should get Jakob doing a Sega Saturn thing. He'd do all right. I think Jakob would take to the Saturn no problem. I think he'd be a natural. He's already driving in Need for Speed Quebec style. It's the only way to do it. Only way to do it. I'm going to pick. You know what? I'm a sucker for punishment. We'll go up against Zangief. We'll try that. See how we're rocking. How are we rocking? Okay. Oh fuck. Juggernaut has always been interesting because if you get him in the right place, you can control him with relative ease. But if you're not, then you're fucked. It's really interesting. You're either doing really, really well or really, really badly with Juggernaut. And he is almost entirely based on Goat X-Men. Hey, Rock Fresh, thanks for joining us. We got plenty of room for this party. I used to play this in the arcades all the time. You know, but I haven't played this that much on the Saturn, so I'm just sort of getting used to the controls because it's been a long-ass time. Used to spend lots of quarters on this. Lots of quarters on this. And by the way, Rock Fresh, you know, if you haven't already, please do hit subscribe. It helps YouTube kind of attract more people to the channel and for more people to enjoy whatever the fuck this is. I was doing well. Well, I was doing reasonably okay. I used to fucking slay in the arcades. And I'm just finding my feet because we be getting old, man. Holy fuck, man. Biting? We're going to win this by biting? Thanks, new sub. Thanks, Rock Fresh. I really appreciate it. I will try to earn your sub by playing better, more like the way I used to play in the arcade when this game was new. Fuck, man. Where does time go? Where does the time go? Hello, Zero. Yeah, Rock Fresh, I should warn you that I have a Siamese cat, and occasionally she expects her toll to be paid by being given attention. So I hope you like Siamese, because this is one Asian pussy that will not be denied. Wah. Yeah, Vector Man is awesome. I think we can all attest. Vector Man has been, I think he's been pretty much following the game streams from the very beginning. And I have to give him credit for suggesting some pretty fucking cool games. Yeah, so the long and the short of it is, so this is for Rockfresh because Joe and Vector Man, you already know this. But yeah, I do these live streams every Friday night, which is 10 p.m. my time. But I'm in Saskatchewan, so 6 months out of the year, that works out to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the other 6 months of the year, it works out to midnight Eastern Standard Time. But I'll usually play for a few hours unless I'm having a particularly rough day, and then I might play for an hour and a half. But I enjoy it, and hopefully you don't mind me drinking. I train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so I generally eat really, really healthy during the week, and Friday is my cheat day. So my secret weapon of choice when I play is I tend to have Fireball and Reese peanut butter cups. Yeah. Oh. You ever notice that there's a bunch of these guys that decide that they're just going to wrestle in public in their underwear? Or a Speedo or whatever? I don't know what the fuck. I should not be able to... Cool, bro. It's 2 a.m. where you're at. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you must be in Eastern Time. I used to be an Eastern Time person. I am... And now I live in the prairies, where essentially we function the same way as... The same way as... my brain's not working, but basically there's no daylight savings times in Saskatchewan. So it makes things really complicated. And after 6-7 years of living here, I'm still fucking confused. So Rock Fresh, where in the world do you join us from? You're always welcome here. As we say in Canada, you're among friends at Boston Pizza. Oh. I'm getting a new hole drilled in me by Rogue. There was a time where I wouldn't mind that. That's not now. Full disclosure, Rock, Joe and I are real-life friends from high school. We've been friends for, like, holy fuck, 20 years now? More than that. I don't know where the hell the time goes. And then Vector Man's been with us since I started doing the streaming, I think, and slowly growing things. I guess we're starting to get more, because I guess for the younger gamers, I'm apparently the authentic whatever, because these were new when I was a kid in the arcade. Who knows? Who knows, man? Who fucking knows? Oh! Canadian fan, that's what's up. See you in Canada too, Rock? Your family's here? Or your dual citizenship? I actually had my immigration lawyer. Insomnia is what's up. Hell yeah. Os. Yeah, Insomnia's... Oh yeah, I'm picking the next character. Okay, fuck it. Then I will take Storm. I'll take Storm. Oh, Iowa Des Moines. Yeah, I miss the arcades and the pizza buffets too. Actually, my TV show Go Nitro used to air in Des Moines. I don't know if it still does. I'd have to check the. My day job is television broadcasting for American networks. We're based in Canada, but we're cheaper. So my day job is I own a television production company where I do TV shows and idents and live sports programming for NBC and CBS and that, but we're based out of Canada. But I'm a huge nerd and I love video games, and I've always loved video games. And so people would say, it's not professional for you to have this on the channel. It's like, you know what? Fuck off. I like video games. I'm the CEO. I'm doing it for fun. And, it hasn't hurt my business any. I just like video games. And I love arcades. Basically just going to some shitty convenience store, like a bodega or a dep, as we call it in French-speaking Canada, or the pizza places, which we had here too. They would always have one or two arcade machines that you could throw your quarter in and just let her rip. Never been to Canada, but I've been in St. Clair, Michigan, and seen the river. You're not missing much in Canada. Believe me. Michigan's nice. One of my very, very long-time friends, Tanya Shirko, lives in Grosse Pointe. Honestly, with all the political bullshit, probably better to... Yeah. Yeah, Vector Man's fun. The game is fun. Vector Man is fun too, but I actually should connect my Great, stocky people in their underwear. It's weird seeing Magneto like this, because this is really the way he was in the comic books, but I think we're all so used to Sir Ian McKellen as Magneto now that we forget the origins of what Magneto was. Homo sapiens and their guns. You can't keep me in this plastic prison. Vega. Except here he'd be Bison. Yeah, I always do this every Friday night, same time. So 10 p.m. Saskatchewan time. So right now that's basically midnight. Start at midnight Friday night. Every Friday night. I always do this, and I drink a bunch of booze and play games from my childhood. It's always Sega Saturn. I've been thinking about... Ooh, that hurt. I've been honestly thinking about... yeah, total redneck town. But a redneck town that had a Hershey factory in it. No lie. Ask Joe. He'll tell you we had a Hershey factory in it. Tech hit. That was lucky. That was lucky. I don't know all of Storm's moves. I mean, in the arcade, yes, but Sega Saturn was never big here. It was never big in it was never really big in North America at all. I remember wanting one, but it was sort of a blip. I think the 32X kind of really fucked that up in a lot of ways. No, the Saturn was not big here. It was more of an I mean, I was a Sega kid because I had a Game Gear, and then I spent a lot of time. And then the school that I had, we had a thing where if you behaved well, you would get hearts. They would put hearts for good deeds and whatever. And then when we would do fundraisers, we could buy stuff for the school that was fun. And then my school bought, I think we had a Sega Master System. We had a Game Gear. The Game Gear was redundant for me because I had a Game Gear. and then a Sega Master System. So when it was sort of summer but school wasn't out yet, you could redeem your sort of good deeds or whatever, your hearts. And so many hearts was worth like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, which you could play on the Game Gear or the Sega Master System or the Genesis, the Sega Genesis. So at home, we mostly had Nintendo, but I never got to play because my brother hogged it all the time, and then my dad hogged it all the time. So most of my actual game time was Sega. So I was a Sega kid because I never got time on the Nintendo stuff at home. So the only time that I got any time really to play was either on my Game Gear or the Sega Genesis at school or the Sega Genesis my friends had. So I didn't actually get a whole lot of Nintendo action. And then there was an arcade really close to me, and my mom used to give me change, and then I would play. And then, of course, the arcade, we had all these awesome Sega games. So Virtual Fighter was brand new. So this would have been like 1993 or whatever. There we go. There's finally a fucking win. Finally a fucking win. Like I used to have in the 90s. Booyah. Us. Right. I never knew Sega Saturn existed until 2006. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? A lot of people had no idea. And the only reason I knew is I was like a crazy Sega kid. Obviously it did launch here. Ha 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 ha. Oh, well, here's a fair fight. Jesus. But yeah, it was not, it honestly, honest to God, was not a, your might. It was not a, not something that was really, popular in North America. And I mean, they didn't have that many here. There wasn't a huge amount of advertising. It was far too soon after the Sega 32X, so it died a horrible death. I mean, this is just my personal opinion. I think that, we had a couple of really good games in North America, but nothing like the Japanese library. Most of these games that I've got here on my Japanese machine, these are fucking awesome games. And they just never, ever... Wow. Storm getting drilled. There's people that would pay money for that. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's Sorry, I know that's gross. I'm just trying to have it in the middle. Ha 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 ha. Well, the one nice thing about not speaking Japanese is that I don't have to listen or read these silly monologues. Oh, okay. Well, that was in English. Apparently, I am a fool. Who's the bigger fool? The fool or the fool who follows him? Like, what am I supposed to kick here exactly? Boy, this guy's awfully sensitive considering I'm basically just hitting his knuckle. I need to find a different way to deal with this, yo. I don't know. It really depends on the character that you wind up playing. It really, really, really depends. Okay. Yeah, Apocalypse when, there's only a slight size disparity between his dick and mine. Oh, well, size doesn't mean everything. Come on, man. If your dick is bigger. If your dick is bigger. Oh, that Factory 6 I smelt. I smelt it. Hey, man, you remember going and telling people, hey, you want to see how what Eat More looks like before they put it in the fucking bar? And people would go, yeah, there was a Hershey factory. We went to high school in a town called Smiths Falls, and it's special. It was special then, and it's special now. We used to call it sniff balls. In high school had less than 100 people in it, and the graduating class had 10 people, and of that maybe 2 or 3 of us went on to university, maybe at the very most. I mean, I went on a post-secondary, and Joe went on a post-secondary, and then Nikki went on a post-secondary, and that one other girl that was working for at Dwyer Hill there was went to post-secondary, and then apparently ended up joining some crazy religious cult or something. There was not a lot of academic attempt at achievement in that place, let me tell you. I had original Sega Master System, Genesis, Game Gear, Dreamcast, and no friends. And Joe. Either make the friends, Joe, your friends in high school, or beat them up for money. It's like, all right. You can give me the $2 or I'll fucking fight you for it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm merely going to the kitchen for... I pretty much collected consoles for Christmases and B-Days, LOL. I remember when you got the Xbox. We went over and Michael was like, I don't know why you're spending all this time on this. And it's like, yeah, Michael, we get it. Here, just have some more wine. We love you, Michael. The late, great Michael. He was a challenging man, but he was an entertaining man. All right, Tilk. You are like a big fuzzy traffic pylon. You can't see him here, which is remarkable, but he is a 140-pound dog, and he does not place himself in what I would consider a convenient location in any way, shape, or form. Tilk, this is not a good place for your nose. Tilk, hey! You're going to knock all this shit over. I love you, but your positioning sucks. I may be drunk, but I will have you know that your positioning is what I would consider to be grossly... Wow, that worked well. Just took this whole thing off the fucking fridge. Spent all my days working on television stations for big American networks, and I've got tape on my fucking fridge! Yeah, everyone's a critic. Well, let's see. What do I have in the fridge today? I have Gatorade from the Jiu-Jitsu class that I did not get to go this week because of an injury. I have relish. I have fish. I have broccoli. And I have Fireball and tamarind sauce with cauliflower and hot sauce. Zero, you smell like a lesbian parade. Get lost. Well, have you know, small fuzzy cat, that I want to make sure that my ooh, that is fucking cold. That is colder than I expected for it to be in the time that it wound up in the freezer. So I will take this and I will, I have an angry pussy, people. Come on, god damn it. Train 5 times a week. Ah! All right. That works. Well, could you do better? I'm thinking no. There we go. All right. I'm just basically taking the booze
so that the can does not explode and end up being out $20. Wow, this production value needs work. 0, fuck off. I have a Siamese cat who has about as much directionality as my dog does. And that is to say, very little. 0, this is not a good place for you to be. You're going to turn into like a fuzzy Asian chicken cutlet. Do you want to be sold at some Chinese supermarket in cubes? Yeah, well, I didn't think so either. So you can just fucking wait. So there. Women, I'm telling you. All right. The 3DO before or after Neo Geo? That's a good question. I'd have to look that up. I don't know. I think that... Jeez, that is a good question. I feel like the 3DO was a little bit after, I think, but this can's done. Moving on to the next can. Sorry, I know that's really gross. Not trying to be gross. Yeah, Philips CD. Yeah, I played the Philips CD. It was weird. It was very weird. 0. Yeah, Joe's right. The Sega Genesis was much, much bigger. Here, same as North America, or sorry, same as Canada, really. All right, let's. Yeah, the Philips CD was fucking weird because it was weird, and the 3DO had a couple of okay games. I think. Sega CD had some okay games too, but there weren't a lot of them. And frankly, I'm not really... I want to say that the 3DO was a little bit after the Neo Geo. I feel like... And it's tough with the Neo Geo because the Neo Geo was an arcade system, I think, first. Don't quote me on it. And they use these big ass cartridges, and they have the arcade system. So I feel like the Neo Geo was around in like at least 91, 92. And I think the 3DO came out in 93. And I remember when it came out, I remember them trying to advertise it. Sega CD should have ported. Rockfresh says Sega CD should have ported more arcade games. Yeah, I agree. I mean... I think Sega was so worried about what Nintendo was doing that I don't think that they necessarily really gave themselves enough credit for the amazing product that they had. Right? They were so busy thinking about Nintendo. And I mean, in fairness, you do need to think about your competitors, and Nintendo had the most... market share by a mile, but I think as long as they kept concentrating on what they were doing. So Vectorman says the Sega CD's strengths were horribly underutilized. I would agree. I would agree. I mean, I ended up going into animation and then going back into live action. I remember doing a little bit of homebrew game development for the Xbox, I think, through XDA. I just made like a couple of simple games to start with, just to sort of get used to the
the dev kits and everything, and it was through XDA, I think. Yeah, indeed, too much focus on FMV, Rockfresh says. Yeah, amen to that, brother. I mean, the idea of having full screen, a full motion video in the 90s was huge. But the thing is even then, it's like, if I want to watch a fucking movie, then I will watch a fucking movie. I want to play the game. I want to play the game. That's what I want. I don't want to watch a movie right now. I want to play the game. It's sort of like when 3D games first came out and they would have all these whooshy, crazy camera movements. But coming from a background of animation, just because you can move the camera does not necessarily mean that you should. And I think that's a big problem. I mean, if you're 80% cutscenes, right, and then 20% games, and then you get the kind of old school Square thing where if you haven't, they don't let. Square was really bad with this. They're still kind of bad with this, but not as bad as they were. They would not let you skip the cutscenes at all. They would make you go through all of the cutscenes and make you watch the whole fucking thing. And it's like, I just want to play the game. You want to go and make a movie for me to watch? Then you go and you make a movie. When Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within came out in the movies, I went and I bought my ticket and I saw the fucking show. But when I go and I get something for my PlayStation, I want to fucking play the game. I do not, under any circumstances, like I enjoy having, I don't mind having like a little movie or whatever to start with a kind of an intro or whatever to set the tone. But I don't want 80% of everything that I'm fucking dealing with to be movies, for sure. Vectorman says, the three games that I would say best show off the Sega CD's capabilities were Soulstar, Batman Returns, and Snatcher. I wanted to say Sonic CD, but that was just the special stages. That's fair. That's fair, I think. Rockfresh says Final Fight CD was great also. Yeah, you know what? I don't have a Sega CD. There is somebody local that is selling one, and I don't know if I'm gonna go for it. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Nah, 3DO is a flop in '96. Neo Geo is '90. Okay, there we go. 3DO didn't last that long. Honestly, partially because the game sucked. Yeah, Raspberry Pi for the win. I mean, I'm not running emulation in this case. This is a real Sega Saturn. A real Japanese Sega Saturn playing, proper games. But, Raspberry Pi emulation, especially for stuff that you can't, it's pretty amazing. It's amazing what you can do now. And even if you're playing hardware, if you have like an OSSC or whatever, and a lot of the line doublers are pretty remarkable. I'm going to play another round of this. I'm going to play one more round of this. And then I'm going to fulfill a promise. And I'm going to run... What do you think, Vector Man? Do you think we should, for Joe, should we start with Asuka 120%? Or do you think that we should try Pretty Fighter X? Which is more loony? They're both pretty fucking loony. It's just a matter of determining which one of the two. So I'm going to start the game, and Vector Man, I will let you figure out which one you think is more loony to show Joe. Asuka 120% or Pretty Fighter? Because they're both pretty fucked. I've actually thought about getting a Neo Geo Big Red and putting it in my office. They show up from time to time, and I don't necessarily mind what they're paying for it, or what people are charging for it. They seem to go for around $1,500-$1,800 depending on condition, which I don't mind paying. Put it in the reception area for my clients to play while they're waiting to talk to me or one of my staff. If I don't win this one and I lose, then I'm going to move over to... So Vector Man, 120, Asuka 120% or Pretty Fighter for Joe. Pretty Fighter definitely looks more loony. Okay. So should we start with Pretty Fighter and then we'll do Asuka? Yeah, that you know what? I think that's a good way to do it. Pretty Fighter actually plays pretty well. Asuka has, well, Vector Man, you know this because I think you recommended Asuka to me because I had it, but I hadn't. The mechanics on it are fucking awesome. As crazy as it is. Yeah. Okay, give me a second and I will put Pretty Fighter in. I'm not going anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to put Pretty Fighter in. All right, folks, Pretty Fighter. Vector Man and I know the crazy lunacy that is Pretty Fighter, but Joe, this is this is fucked. This is fucked, but it's super, super fun. Yeah, I was actually curious about OpenBot myself. custom-made games by developers on an engine on PC. That's actually kind of cool. I have not played that. Maybe my age is showing here, but that actually sounds pretty rad. Rockfresh, tell me more about it. I think we all want to know. Joe also has his kid playing PS5. Got Jakob playing fucking Need for Speed and crashing into people in a goddamn cop car. I'll start this. We're all old, man. Alright, let's give this a go. Joe, you gotta see this shit. This game is fucked. It's basically every stereotypical fetish known to man. You've got the sailor and the, well, I don't know what the fuck she's supposed to be. The nurse, she sort of looks like the Temu or AliExpress version of Kagome, and I don't know what she's supposed to be, the dark chick. These fucking Japanese games, man, they're like, oh, you're taking too long. Pick a select character.
おい、そこのスチュワード、食い物でも持ってきてもらおうか。
How old are you? I'm 31. We're old, man. Vector Man is 28 and... Yeah, I turned 40 in March. They went to a lot of trouble to animate this. I don't know if this was an anime in Japan. I don't think it was. I think it was just a game. Very old man. Yeah. Yeah, fuck, man. 28 to 38 doesn't take long. Yeah, this game is fucked. This isn't the craziest level. This, you know what? As crazy and as fetishy as this game is, the mechanics, the fighting mechanics are actually not bad, and it is relatively challenging. Which I guess is the gaming equivalent of saying, I read Playboy for the articles. Yeah. But honestly, it's not a bad game. What the fuck? It's like a door just grows in the middle of nowhere for no fucking reason. How does that work? Seriously, how does that work? Wake up, lady! Jesus! Kick harder! Well, that wasn't cool. Ah, fuck! Stop throwing shit at me. What is with the fucking doors growing for no goddamn reason? How the fuck does that work? What is that? We just like sit in the middle of nowhere and there's like mountains and rocks and shit and then we just randomly for no reason. Ow! That didn't work well. First half of this year was grinding out Sonic Adventure 2 on Dreamcast. Yeah, you know, I should I get a Dreamcast? Because I've been seriously considering getting one. I really have. And I've been thinking about live streaming too. I'm pretty happy with the Saturn, but I've been pretty was so smooth for its time and way too short-lived. Yeah. She's good at blocking. Holy shit. They are good at blocking. Okay, there we go. There's a judo style throw. Stop blocking and take your punishment. Madam, I insist that you sit there and take your punishment. You have two... Yeah, this is a bit ridiculous. Why is she wearing, like, I don't know what this outfit is that she's wearing. Like my character. Sonic Shuffle is way better on OG hardware. Yeah, I could see that. I've really been toying around with the idea of getting a Dreamcast. Absolutely. I would not necessarily replace the Friday nights with the Dreamcast. I would find another night that I could do a say a Dreamcast night that's regular, because I really like the Saturn, and the Saturn is a little less popular and special. And I would get a Japanese Saturn so that I could play Japanese titles. There we go. There we go. I almost won that one. Almost won. Lose. Final round. Ow. She's good at blocking. I'll give her that. I guess she's a nurse, so she would know. That didn't go quite the way that I wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring to you abject failure. That is the Sega Saturn example of what not to do. You buy the real hardware games for Saturn, those prices are wild. I was lucky I got all these games in a box. What you do is you find some sucker. Well, they're not usually a sucker. And they'll go, lot of blah, 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 Japanese Saturn games in a box, and you don't know what you're going to get. And then you pay whatever for shipping or whatever it is. And then they'll just send you a box of all these games, and you don't know what you're going to get. And they'll put like 100 or 200 games in there. So they're totally legit, and you don't know what you're getting. And you go, I'll pay like 400, 500 bucks or whatever for this box of mystery games. And they'll come from Japan, and you pay your customs or whatever, and then you get all these crazy games. And it's great. It's not great if there is a particular game that you want to try, and then they'll go, hey, sucker, if you want to play this game, you are going to play the ridiculous prize that I've determined that you are going to play. But the thing is if you don't know what's in the box, and they go, oh, a lot of 100 Japanese games. I am just some person that does not speak English, and I do not speak Japanese, and I just want to get them out of here. My loser X had this thing of games, and I just am trying to clear it out and blah, 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 blah. That's where you get the sort of jackpot, like what I've done here. But if you go, well, you know what, I feel like I want this rare Japanese title, or I want that title, or I want this other title, or whatever, and you decide that you're going to cherry pick them, then absolutely. You're going to pay $100, $200, $300 plus, depending on title and that kind of thing. It's ridiculous. And the funny thing is even when I was in post-sec, like 2007, 2008, 2009, or 2007, 2008, or whatever. Yeah, they fell off the truck. No, but it's one of those things where, it's just a lot of these games you don't. But if you know the game you want, like it's ridiculous. Like when I was in, like even 2006, 2007, 2008, you couldn't give this shit away. Like people were selling arcade machines saying, you know what, $50, please take it, get it out of my garage. Anything retro, synthesizers, key, like whatever. It was just retro. Like people were throwing this shit out. And now, what people are paying for this shit, it's unbelievable what they're paying for these games. They're paying several $100s, like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. Oh, we have a never been opened version of like Super Mario Brothers 1, and it's 150 fucking thousand. Holy shit! Like, where are you gonna get that kind of? I mean, people, like I said, you could not. In 2005, 2006, 2007, like pre-2010, you could barely give this shit away. And now the prices that a lot of this stuff is commanding is just unreal. Even like I've had people going, "Hey, I'll pay $300 for your Game Boy." I'm not looking for beer money, but it's like, where were you when I was in college, you know, and I needed money? It's like, oh, gee, I don't know if I want to pay, you know, $20 for this thing that's worth like, you know, $1,500 now, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, whatever. I mean, I'm a practical guy. My sort of attitude is, if I buy a video game, I want to play it. So it's like, oh well, if you get an American Sega Saturn, you want to make sure that it's in the box and not play it. Fuck that. I don't want to look at the goddamn machine in a box. I want to play it. I want to play it. Yeah, VectorMan64 says scalpers can get fucked. Yeah, I am totally 100% with that. But the thing is people are paying money for this. Oh, well, I'll pay you $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, $50, $100, whatever. I mean, supply and demand. I mean, if one happens to have the, like, there's a lot of games that I wish I kept, man. It's like, holy shit, this game that I had, you know, like, it's like, oh, this game, the game's worth like $20,000, $30,000. It's like, where the fuck was that in 2009? Like, where was this in 2009? That's the big thing, right? You spent all this, you know, you can't even give the goddamn thing away. And now suddenly they're like, oh, I don't know who's buying them. Is it people that are in our age range, that are in their late 30s, like the geriatric millennials, like late 30s, early 40s? Is that what we're looking at? I don't know who the fuck is buying them. They sure as shit weren't buying them when I was in college. I don't know where the fuck it comes from, but I mean, now it's like, well, why the hell didn't I keep it? Like, what people are paying is unreal. I mean, my friend, she used to bring me all this crazy shit from Japan, like Famicom stuff and whatever, and that stuff is worth thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Why didn't I keep it? Why didn't I keep it? So this is on a slightly different note, and then I'll go back to the bitch fest about the valuation of retro games, mainly because I'm not profiting off them, and it sounds like none of us are here. As silly as this game is, I'm fairly good at fighters, but this game has decent mechanics, and it's not easy. It is difficult. It's a tough game, man. Like, I mean, it absolutely, for sure. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong, it's completely and totally loony. But it's tough. You do really kind of need, not kind of, you do need to know what you're doing with these games, right? They're not super easy. You need to know your combos, and you need to you can't. So it's beyond the so-called fan service and fetishism and whatever. There's actually a pretty decent fighting game hidden under that, and this is right, because I've lost a few fights here. Yeah, I couldn't afford college and didn't know what I wanted to do for a living, so I just went into the workforce. Hey man, you know what? There's no shame in that. If you're able to make a decent living, and and it's paying, then fuck, why go into debt if you don't have to? Not every vocation requires a post-secondary education. It's just, sometimes it's just being smart. Especially if there's a skill that people need. And I think you mentioned, Vector Man, that you were a truck driver, I think, right? Like that's needed, and there's a demand for it, and it's not easy, and the only arbiter of that is experience. That's really all there is to it, right? And drivers make decent money because it's a needed vocation. That's just being smart. You'd be able to afford a house if you were a truck driver here. They cannot find enough truck drivers. I mean, Joe and I did corporate video for a company called Kriska. I think they have like 450 trucks or whatever. You'll be able to afford a house. I didn't get my first house. I didn't buy my first house. And this is working in my line of work. I didn't actually get my first house. I didn't buy my house until I was in my mid-30s. It's tough, man. If you're a millennial or Gen Z, it's see that, there we go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I've got 2 truck drivers, right? It's an honorable job that is good money, and it's a needed vocation, and not a lot of people, because it's a tough job, and you're spending a lot of time on the road, and Joe's doing and then Joe's doing construction and stuff, and I mean, you go where the work is. That's just the long and the short of it. It's very easy for people to get precious about it, and they just don't think about it. But the thing is you got to do what you have to do to make bank. Well, Joe would own a house up here because it's actually pretty cheap in Saskatchewan, but you can get a house here for 100, 200,000 Canadian, depending on where you go. So that'd be like between I guess 70, 80,000 American to 160, 170,000. Yeah, oh, you're a production welder? Yeah, that's even, sorry about that, man. I couldn't remember. Yeah, but welding, that's fucking hard. You'll be able to get your house. You will. It's early enough anyway. It's a skilled trade. Yeah, 800K in Ottawa. But I'm not in Ottawa. Yeah. Up. That was a little closer than I wanted. Yeah. Trades, man. That's the way to go. Not kidding at all. It really is. And Joe will tell you that to do what I did, there was a lot of starving involved, man. I'm okay now. I'm doing TV shows and stuff and that for NBC and whatever, but you know, I'm not living in a solid gold house. You know, I'm working it, and there are months that are slower than others and whatever. And I mean, I own a house, but I had to be very creative about it. And there we go. Stubbed her toe. Hey, man, it's a fucking win. It's absolutely a win. I will take it. I will take it. Of course, her skirt is like way up past her thighs. Have to get some fan service somewhere. Is it politically correct? Absolutely. 100% not. However, good for ratings in the 1990s. Now, the shit would get you canceled. The amount of people in debt in America from college crying on TikTok is insane. Yeah, well, there seems to be an awful lot of people that are crying on TikTok. I had to pay and take out loans for my college, and it was not fun. But you know what? That's life. I almost had to declare ban. I mean, I didn't, but I mean, it was few more bad months, and I would have. You know, you do what you can. I guess the moral of the story here is if you're wearing a gi and no pants, then that means you automatically win, I suppose. Yeah, think they're entitled to a bailout, exactly. I didn't get any fucking bailout. I had to pay for every goddamn cent. Every goddamn cent. There was no loan forgiveness for me. You know what? And I got it paid, man. I got it paid. Took a lot longer than I wanted it to. But, next time wear panties, lady. It might help you. Oh. Ah! I need to not shit talk when there's a possibility I could lose. Vector Man facts, and they went insane when it was banned. They couldn't complain for likes. Yep. 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 Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Absolutely. There's no fucking two ways about it. No two ways about it. Unfucking real. This music is so 1990s. Okay, elevation working time. Yo. Come on! There we go. There we go. Oh, you want to judo throw me? Well, I have a counter for you, my blue-haired friend with... Yeah, nothing's free but water. And you know what? In some places, even the fucking water isn't free. Sad, really, isn't it? I'm gonna whine on TikTok, and because no. I have no TikTok. I am an old millennial that is now in my 40s. I am YouTube, and that is it. I don't have Facebook anymore. I closed it all. Not because old people use Facebook, but because, well, I hate Facebook. People go, oh, do you have a social media handle? I'm like, no, I don't have a fucking social media handle. You want to ask me something? Pick me up on the, pick me up. Call me on the fucking phone. Or go on my YouTube, god damn it. Oh, water isn't free everywhere. Don't fool yourself. Vector Man, no, they banned the whole app for a few months, not individuals. Holy shit. Don't mind me, folks. I'm just sitting here getting my ass kicked by a woman that is wearing an orange gi but no underwear. I don't know about you, but at my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym, I am required to wear a rash guard and spats under my gi. I can't go au naturel, or coach will kick me out. In Aikido, I can go au naturel because it is traditional. But I also don't feel like having a... But Joe, I mean, come on, man. Let's be honest. In Smiths Falls, within the town, you pay for water. But in Lanark County proper, like in Lanark County, you're not going to pay for water because it's on a well. I've been to places in EU. You have to pay to use public toilets, and then they are gross. Well, you know what you do? You monetize it by filming a porn in it. I'm kidding. Sort of. So, Joe, is there, I wonder if there's Norwegian porn. Joe, is there Norwegian porn? Ask Connie. I'll ask Connie the next time I'm there. Connie, is there Norwegian porn? Is there a future in it? Ugh. Connie will give me an honest answer. Ow! We had, well, put it at a cottage. It was 35. Yeah, that's true. Wait, cottage? That was in Algonquin Park, wasn't it? Or was that at the farm with Michael? I don't remember. Ow! Not up the skirt. That's for men. Sort of. I don't know. Square tits! They don't equal ratings, but they do equal fun and laughs. Maybe stop jumping and you won't get kicked. How about that? Have you ever thought about that? Well, whatever. I lost anyway. Yeah, it was Algonquin College. You take a piss in Algonquin Park and they go, Parks Canada's like, oh, you know what? I'm going to need a quarter. Yeah, but what's my fucking my cottage hall? Doesn't matter, man. I need a quarter to see you piss. Slightly away north, slightly above the earth. You say you have to pay to use public toilets, and I'm reminded of a made-up amusement park that I like to bring up in discussion as a joke from time to time. That's whack, charging for a bathroom, shaking my head. Welcome to Europe, man. Mind you, Europe has a lot of things that, I guess, you know, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away, right? There's some things that are, you know, better here and not so cool in Europe or other places, and then there's other stuff. Life's a trade-off, right? And then there's other stuff that is shitty here and is better in Europe. That is what makes the life grand. like my pantyless orange geek clad friend here. It was Norway, not all costs, but in downtown, yes. Joe, what do you think would happen if somebody decided to pull down their pants and take a shit in the public without paying for a toilet? Would that get you arrested? If I were a betting man, and I'm not, my answer would be yes. And you would get arrested by a Norwegian police officer wearing a leather jacket and spandex pants. I'm sorry, we have cooler uniforms here in Regina. And most of Canada, I suppose. She's good at blocking, I'll give her that. Fuck. That's whack. Charging for a bathroom, shaking my head. It was Norway, but not all costs, but in downtown. Yes, I did delivery. It would smell. LOL, exactly. Excuse me, would it be possible for me to pay you approximately 20,000 kronas to smell your shit? Well, that sounds like a cottage industry that I want to know nothing about. I must say, I must be honest. Die. Oh, I throw you twice and you decide that you are going to throw me. Is that how this is going to work? My legs and my skirt is shorter than yours. I did delivery driving. It would smell. LOL. Exactly. Cops did nothing. Ah. So you can take a nice, fresh, steamy country dump in the middle of Oslo, and no one will arrest you for taking a non-subsidized shit on public roads. Sad, isn't it? Sad that this is what we have all come to. Is so unbelievably sad. Enough of this gay banter. They don't even have guns, pretty much mall cops, unless there is a threat. Then it turns 180. This sounds like a pretty sexy drama on an arcade, don't you think? What does Connie think about all this, Joe? Ah, fuck a duty. My skirt is short, but my legs are long, and they have been registered as lethal weapons, you understand. I'm not wearing panties, and she isn't either. I feel so unbelievably liberated. I am liberated. I was going to enjoy my drink, but unfortunately, on the honor of my lack of panties, I need to kick my opponent in the place that you kick. Ow. Tohiba? Ah! Connie is sleeping. Well, we'll ask her tomorrow. We'll ask Connie to wear tongue studs and leather and see if it makes a difference. I don't blame Connie for sleeping. I mean, she's dealing with 4 fucking kids! 3 fucking kids. And a newborn. You don't know what little hellion you might be dealing with a newborn. That's okay. She seems pretty chill. I have to still go and see the new member of the family. Yeah. You know, for a girl without underwear, she's doing a pretty good job of blocking. I must give her that. I must give her that. Wow, they give me a total of 99,000 points for nothing! Every time I try to get a drink, they start another fucking match. I won that one fair and square, goddammit. I deserve a drink.
How dare you judo through me?
She is not wearing panties. I'm not wearing panties. Why? We're practically in a commune here. Wait, why is she crying? Ow! 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 Fuck me.
Take that, you. You whatever.
Blah! I won the other one. There are two other people that have entered the chat that are watching this. They did not see my inevitable triumph. And now I am getting thrown by a woman in an orange gi without panties. Kick, lady, kick, god damn it. We try.
We try.
You must fight on your honor. Why is she facing the other way? I don't understand.
This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
She's got black hair in her short skirt. She has ginger hair in her short skirt. No, blue hair. Black hair? Blue hair.
Now loading. Please wait.
Wait for what? I had won these fights.
How dare you?
I'm digging these sponsors in the background. TK Travel, Tohiba, and 8 Stirs. She threw me. That wasn't very nice. I was doing well. She's my princess. It looks like she's epileptic, the fighter. Nice save. Nice save. However, there are two... That shouldn't have been... That shouldn't have been that. Yeah, Tohiba. I love it. $800 for going 5 over. EU will charge you with hate speech for calling out a child rapist if they're Muslim. I can't speak for the rest of it. Joe, you'll have to speak to that. But $800 for going 5 over is absolutely 100% not a made-up story. Every time I want to take a fucking drink, they send this chick after me. God damn it. I feel like I need to get a recorder made by Tohiba. We can't be having this. We can't. It's just not right. Not right. We can't be having this. This is wrong on so many levels. I'd say remove your panties, but neither of them are wearing them. Ow. I was winning. But I'm not winning anymore. Oh, come on! Come on! I didn't have time to do a kick. The moons of Saturn were in my eyes. Tuxedo Mask, help me. I don't know how many of these I've had, but Tohiba. Ah, this music sucks. This music sucks. Sucks. There we have the sucks. Sucks.
Well, that pretty much deals with that blow.
Doctor. Fuck yeah. There we go. Well, that's an interesting percussion track now, isn't it? Wow. That was easier than I expected. Way easier than I expected. It's not right, you know. Absolutely not right. Not right in any way, shape, or form. But you know what? Who's counting ethics here? These are digital characters that don't appear to have figured out how to wear underwear. I've figured out how to wear underwear. The choice to not wear underwear is a stylistic choice, not necessarily an ethical one. No balls to kick. Do what you can. Ah, fuck off. Yes, I believe I can see that I lost the fucking fight. Ow. Why are there more people that don't show up when I'm winning? It's always when I'm losing, they're like, hey, look at that guy on YouTube. He's really terrible. Let's go and see how bad he is. And, you know, and then you start winning, then go, oh, you know what? Fuck this guy. It's more fun when he's losing. Bah! Bah! Ridiculous. Everyone knows I'm the best actor in this ridiculous school. Tohiba. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's live stream is sponsored by Tohiba. Round one. I am going to get more alcohol. It seems like an appropriate way to handle this particular evening. Now, I shall now bring you running commentary due to the scientific alchemy that is wireless microphone transmission. The wireless microphone allows one to transmit anything one wants, including the ability to take a whiz and defecate in a public forum, much to the chagrin of live broadcasters anywhere from the 1970s onward. And although you cannot see what I'm doing right now, I will provide you a play-by-play of what I am currently doing while you are waiting for me to resume the game. Observe the fact, audibly at the very least, that I have gone into the kitchen to procure another alcoholic beverage. Such alcoholic beverage, as seen here, is available in the very bottom. I have now procured another beverage by the name of Fireball, made with cinnamon flavored whiskey with apple. Now, the question is, does there remain, or do there remain? No, does there remain? Okay, grammar is still reasonably working. Any frozen booze in the freezer? The answer, of course, is no, there is not. They have been safely moved into the fridge part of the fridge so that they do not explode and create a large mess like a cum stain by a poorly made. I don't really have a witty end to that, but that's okay because I am working my way over to the whatever this is. However, if you fine upstanding citizens will indulge me, I will probably need to go to BRB in approximately 5 minutes for a very short period of time because I have to go pee. And I am going to assume that none of you wish to necessarily hear that. Who says no one's watching? I don't know. Is no one watching? Or is anyone watching? In Norway, yes. In Finland, it was based off your taxes for locals. All I know about Finland is that Finnish women. I have a number of Finnish women that are pissed at me. I don't know if it's a talent or a curse. I don't know. I don't know. Hard to say. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's finish this thing. And then we will move on to Asuka 120%. Sounds like you've done the freezer explosion a couple of times. LOL, you sound familiar. You know what? I haven't had too many, but when I was in college... See, the thing about the exploding booze is it has happened since moving to Regina. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Hard to say. It involves what has been admitted to. What has been admitted to. Ah! Don't hit me, I was once like you. That shouldn't have been that easy. Oh, college, yes. Yes. Yes, I would absolutely 100% agree with you. In more ways than one. All right, let's see if I can complete my epic.
There we go. Well, that seems like a reasonable way to end a match.
I'm going to call it a night once you take a break, but good chatting here. See you next week. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'll give you the link. I always pre-schedule them. I'll still be here. I think I'll move. I wanted to show you Asuka 120%, but I can show you Asuka next week. I'm still going to play for a little bit. Joe, I'll give you the link, 'cause I always make the next week ahead of time. But yeah, it'll be cool. Always the same time. So this seems like a good time for me to take a pee. And when I come back, Vector Man, since it's just going to be you and me, and Joe's got to jet, is there anything you want me to play? Let me know if there's anything you want me to play. I remember coming home from work and finding 3 exploded cans of Baja Blast in the mini fridge I use. Ah, fuck, man. You know what? I never liked Baja Blast. I really never did. And they still have it at Taco Bell, but I don't know. It just tastes weird. Just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. Yeah, Joe will be back next week. Joe and I have been we've known each other forever. So, Vector Man, is there anything you want me to play? I'm just going to quickly go to the washroom in a sec. I'll do the BRB and then I'll come back. And then if there's anything you want me to play, I'll load it. I have so many games. So many games. The amount of games I have is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing says sexy like a lisp and a dynamic microphone made in China. Yeah, next week, Joe, at least here, we'll talk over weekend. Okay, I'm just going to very quickly just go to the washroom here. So I'll do the very cool BRB screen. Vector Man, if there's anything you want me to play, let me know, and I will load it and have it running as soon as I get back. All right, I'm back, and my good buddy Joe with got to go to bed because it's quite late where he is. He and I are both from originally from Ottawa, Canada, and then Vector Man's is pretty late where he is because about an hour or 2 hours behind me. And so just for fun, I'm gonna play. And it's also cool that we had. Also very cool that we had. My brain's not working here. Rock Fresh join us and subscribe, so it's always nice. Everybody's welcome. So I'm gonna just play a quick Dead or Alive just for me, and then after that, after I've played a little bit of Dead or Alive, then we'll. And I always play as Kasumi, so I'll play this for a little bit. And I don't know. I always say, maybe I'll. Dead or Alive, by the way, is my very favorite arcade fighter of all time. I really enjoy this. I mean, I love Virtual Fighter. And I guess you can tell that I've played a lot of this. I used to enjoy it. I played this a lot in the arcade when it came out. Big fan of Dead or Alive. I always loved Dead or Alive. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. As my jiu-jitsu professor likes to say. Oh, this is a not too subtle rip-off of a non too subtle rip-off of Virtual Fighter. Looks kind of like Pi's. But that's okay. Dead or Alive is absolutely 100% a classic. Ooh. That was legit. Absolutely legit. I still won. I absolutely won. That's okay. Hayabusa. Hey, Hayabusa, big fan of yours. You make my gi for jiu-jitsu. Ah! It's fun. I don't know how many more. John Lee. John Lee has historically given me some problems in the arcade. Back when this game was new. Must have been like 8 years old, 9 years old. Now I'm 40. Where does the fucking time go, man? Like you go, oh yeah, 1 minute you're like, grifting loonies in the playground for people to play your Game Gear because you've got the hot new thing. And then before you know it, you're 40 and then you're like, what the fuck, man? Where does the time go? But I can still rock it with these old school, old man video game consoles. But it's nice to see new, younger generations kind of take a liking to these kind of classic games. You got to remember that, people will look at these graphics and, they'll say, oh, well, it's so primitive compared to the graphics that we have on PS5 or whatever now. But you have to remember that for those of us that were there, when we were growing up, it was 2D everything. So even though they were people that were made of slabs and cubes and stuff with Virtual Fighter, it's really hard to overstate the idea of seeing anything in 3D, right? Because we'd never seen anything like that before. So Virtual Fighter and in virtual racing, I mean, it just made our eyes melt because nobody had ever seen that before. It was the coolest thing ever. I mean, now everything is 3D, so none of us really think of it. But for those of us that were there, you don't think of it. Like games like Virtual Fighter, and sitting there mesmerized watching it in the arcade, you know, ready to shove your coins in the machine. And it was like the only machine that was where in every other machine was like a quarter for a play. That was the machine that cost you $1, and you just didn't give a shit because it was so fucking awesome. Same deal with Virtua Racing, right? You didn't think of these things because nobody had ever seen 3D, and it just got better and better and better. Like Virtua Fighter 2, and I'm blessed to have the original arcade machine, a real arcade machine, in my possession. And, you know, it just got better and better and better and better and better. I mean, it's just, there's no two ways about it. Ooh, I thought I might get that combo, but that didn't go quite the way I wanted. Back in the day, Jen Lee did end up sort of giving me problems. You lose. You lose. I think I need to be creating a bit of distance here. Kicks are not serving me particularly well here, and so I think I need to sort of deal with that. Odd that we are essentially fighting in the middle of a freeway where there are no vehicles. Okay, that didn't go quite the way I wanted. That went the way I wanted. I don't know what I did that got that working so well. That could have gone a little better, but it didn't go quite the way I wanted. But that's okay. We'll just we'll keep it up. Too bad you can't do like sort of a there we go. That's better. That's better. It would be cool if Kasumi could do something like what Sarah does, where you can kind of knock them down and then kind of stomp on them. There we go. Who is my next challenger? Tina? Oh, shit. Tina is not the easiest person to deal with. She's always giving me trouble. But that's cool. Tina's cool. Everybody loves Tina. Except, you know, when getting your ass kicked. But hey, you know what? It's part of training, right? Right? It's a beautiful Friday night. Took the dog for a nice long walk on the Wascana, and you know, having some nice summer drink and playing video games and live streaming with friends. What else is there? What else is there? Life is good. Life is good. Sometimes it takes a little bit of alcohol to realize that life is good, but you know what? As long as one can realize, you know, that life is good, you know, whatever is needed to do it. Oh, it took too long to get that kick in. Fuck.
この瞬間が最高。
Controlling distance, ladies and gentlemen, it is the key to mastery of martial arts, both real and virtual. I'll try that again. Keep progressing with this. Distance control. I'm not actually sure what is blowing up here, but second set. Because you still gotta win 2 out of 3. That didn't go quite the way I wanted. Shit. That's fine. We can keep going.
あなたの負けよ。
I lose for now. Just like dealing with Lion from Virtua Fighter. You know, you win 1, you need 2 out of 3 in order to progress. All you need is the 2. That's all you need. And if it takes match after match after match after match, then there you go. Budget Guile. Guile's theme goes with everything. Ooh. That's not good, is it? Shroud. That's fine. There we go. Got a 2-hit. Well, that went a little differently than I wanted. Yes, I know I lose. I'm working on it. I might be losing this one, but I will win the next one. I truly will. I don't know why she does this spinny thing. Like a sort of kind of a regeneration. It's weird playing this on the Saturn. Oh. Hey, Rock. Didn't know you were still here. I'm just going to pause it to... in a way. Whoops. Geez, I'm not that drunk. But it's the original Dead or Alive. Jeez. I don't know why it's been... by the way, Rock Fresh, you might enjoy this. So it's funny that you mentioned Virtua Fighter because I actually have an original Virtua Fighter 2 arcade machine right here. Sorry, I have my elliptical in front of it, but you can see. And it works. It absolutely works. In fact, I've actually been... what I've been doing is I've actually been modifying, well, not modifying it. I've made a special cable for it so that I can live stream it, so that I'll be able to live stream directly from the arcade machine because I'm and I got an awesome deal on the Virtua Fighter 2 arcade machine too. I got it for $400 in Edmonton. And Holy fuck, man. My one mistake was trying to, yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, dope for sure. And it works, and it has virtually no damage, and it is not a repro. It does not have anything, like it was well taken care of, and it's an original. In fact, I even have, actually, you know what? I got a minute. Check this shit out. I think that should probably go that far. So I'll bring this over here. So here's my, so this is my Virtua Fighter 2 machine. So you can actually see it is, come on, man, focus. I guess I have it on manual focus. Maybe I can zoom in that way. No, it won't let me because I've got it running in camo. But anyway, it is an original. It is an original machine. Sorry, I've got dog hair under it, so I'm gonna turn it off. But I am quite proud of this machine. I've got my. So I'll turn it on for a sec so you can see it. So check this shit out. So I've actually set it up. I'm going to be able to live stream from it. So I thought you might appreciate this. So and I got the marquee. I do need to replace the. There you go. But it's totally functional. Don't know how well I'm going to play with one hand. Seems like a question more for the X. I'm not going to play very well with one hand, but, whoops. I'm doing better than I should be doing with one hand. I've spent so many... My mom used to give me money to go to the arcade to play this, but, maybe I got time for one fight. But, yeah, I'm basically working on modifying the cable so that I can live stream from this. I was trying to do it for July 15th, but I'm just not gonna have time for it. Yeah. Yeah. So you get the idea. It's an original machine. It's an original machine. This is not repro art. This is complete. This is original art. There's a few things I fucked up that I have to fix. I mean, there's a little bit of flyback on my monitor, and I fucked it up. I was moving my elliptical, and then there's a little scratch at the bottom. It actually looks worse than it is. I'll just kill it. I put like a light there or whatever, but yeah. So I mean, I've got this cool. I have this cool thing here. Sorry, I just got place. I'll put it back. Put it back where it was. But yeah, that's my arcade unit, and I actually started the live streaming because I ended up getting the Saturn just for fun because somebody was selling one, and I thought, well, you know what? My intention originally was to live stream the Virtua Fighter 2 arcade game, but I knew it was going to take me a while because it doesn't use VGA. It has a special, there's a port that comes off of the arcade board, and the arcade board is you have to make a special cable, and I'm used to making cables, so I had started to do that and whatever, and I thought, okay, well, I'll just do like a Friday thing, just doing Virtua Fighter 2 every week or whatever. But then I thought, well, you know what? Maybe people might get tired of it, so I'll get something else while I am preparing the arcade machine to basically live stream. So I'll put like cameras around it so people can see that it's the real arcade machine, and it's the real ROM, not ROM, but it's the real PCB and everything, the real Model 2 and everything else. But then this guy had the Sega Saturn, the Japanese Sega Saturn in Edmonton. He had a bunch of games. I thought, well, that's kind of fun. I'll buy that. And until I have the arcade machine running, it's a good way to test it. But then I started doing the Saturn stuff because there were all these fucking awesome games. And yeah, can't wait until I get an arcade unit. I want to mod mine and charge for 25 cents a credit. I would say that arcade stuff is a labor of love. I don't know. Like, there's a friend of mine in the city that I'm in Regina. He actually owns an arcade company, Twilight Tech. And he has some fucking awesome cabinets. He has an original Sega Crazy Taxi. He has, I think he's got an X-Men versus Capcom, and he has a Japanese Darius Twin. And then there's a movie theater who I'm also friends with the owner, and I help them out here in Regina, Moonlight Movies, and they have like a movie theater, like a proper movie theater, and they have this awesome arcade that Andrew runs through Twilight Tech in this area. And so Andrew and I sort of nerd out, and then sometimes Andrew has extra boards. So Andrew was cool enough he got me, he had a Virtua Fighter 1 board, like the original Virtua Fighter, and a Virtual Racing board, which I have not yet had the time to put together. But, I would say that it is a labor of love. And that isn't to say that you're not going to lose money. You don't necessarily have to lose money on it, but depending on the market that you're in, it can be a little difficult to make a comfortable living on it. So most of the people that I know that are doing arcade stuff are doing it because they love it. And you know what? You should do it as a labor of love. And I mean, you can make some money on it, but it might be difficult to live the Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos lifestyle with it. As long as you're making enough to kind of pay for the machines, and you're making enough to pay for the power, and you're making enough that you're not losing any money, then I think it's worth it. But I don't know if it's I'm going to retire and I'm going to run arcades. It's sort of a how do I put it? I maybe a little bit of a romantic notion. Right? It's romantic, right? It's the idea that you can, kind of bring it back and whatever. But I think Andrew does okay, right? I mean, awesome arcade in there, like the Crazy Taxi and all this stuff. And the Model 2 boards, there is some value in the Model 2 board. The Model 2 board is a little bit of a pain in the ass, right? Virtua Fighter 2, as you might already know, runs on the Model 2 board, and you want to be comfortable with the soldering iron and kind of be able to read a diagram and all that kind of stuff, for sure. Yeah, lose a little to earn a lot. I don't know if it's really possible to earn a lot, but you can do okay with it. You can do okay with it, but you definitely want to pick your market. I'm not going anywhere. I'm coming back. I'm not trying to give TMI. Got to take a piss. I will be right back, and then I'm going to keep playing this game. Not going anywhere. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm enjoying my drink and so Rock Fresh, if you could pick any arcade game, what arcade game would you want to have? Your first arcade game. You never forget your first cabinet. This, if you can believe it. Sorry, burp, pop, with booze in it, but this was actually my first arcade cabinet, and my intention was not to buy an arcade cabinet, but it was such an awesome deal. If you can believe it, I got this for 475 Canadian, which is unreal. That's like about $300 American. Way cheap. So your first game, like if you could, not your first game, what arcade game, like what arcade cabinet, if you could pick any one as your first cabinet, what would you pick? Metal Slug 5. Good choice. Good choice. You, sir, are a man of taste. Absolutely a fantastic choice. Absolutely a fantastic choice. Yeah, that's a steal. The arcade machine, yeah, it was unfucking believable. I was not. I mean, I had wanted to have an arcade machine for a while, and there were certain games that I wanted, but I was like, you know what? I'm not just going to get an arcade machine for the sake of an arcade machine. I know some of these are particularly difficult to procure, and I wasn't looking for it, shall we say. And then it was on Kijiji. And I was like, my mom used to get so pissed at me for in her mind, you're wasting so much money in the arcade, on this game. She kept giving me money. I don't think she really gave that much of a shit. Sorry, hiccups. But I saw this on Kijiji, and I'm like, he wanted, I forget what he wanted, like 500 and something. I'm like, would you take 475? He's like, yeah, done, because he was clearing out all these machines. The one big mistake was trying to move this with only one other person. That was fucking nuts. And the only reason that we were not completely killed is that we were both martial artists and we were able to kind of base. And all my buddies at my jiu-jitsu gym were making fun of me for weeks, saying, because I was just so done getting it in here. I ended up missing a week of real jiu-jitsu. And my buddies were like, you missed a week of real martial arts to get your fake video martial arts fucking machine in there. They're all video game nerds too. So it was all with a smile. It's like, hey guys, fuck off. But yeah, I basically got this for roughly the equivalent of about $300 American. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. The deal that I got on this. So I have it in free play. My thought was that the big mistake was trying to move it with too few people. And actually, my one of my jiu-jitsu coaches, he's like, oh man, if you told me, give me a little bit more time, I would have. We're all huge fucking nerds, right? But yeah, no, I got an awesome deal on it. There's nothing refurb, not that there's anything wrong with that, but everything on this machine is 100% factory. There's nothing redone, repro, whatever, nothing like that at all. And I mean, a lot of these machines, they'll go for like $1,500, $1,800, $2,000, $3,000, whatever. And this guy just wanted it gone because I guess his wife was like, you have too many arcade machines and I want this shit gone. And I get it. And I guess I'm originally from Ottawa, like Ontario, right? I moved to Saskatchewan later in life. And was not, I suppose, a hugely popular game here because apparently it was hard. Yeah, newsflash. All the Sega games are fucking hard. They're hard. This is why all the Sega games have thicker cabinets, and they have thicker marquees, and they have thicker and stronger, right? Because kids would be like, "Oh yeah, these Sega games are awesome," and then they lose and they get pissed off, and they fucking punch or kick the machine. And I remember, right? I remember when Virtua Fighter, the original Virtua Fighter, came out. And I remember when the original Virtua Racing came out, the kids would get pissed off, right? People that look like, John Connor in the original Terminator. It's like, this stupid fucking machine, right? They'd put in their dollar. This was in like 92, 93 or whatever, right? All the other arcade machines were like a quarter, right? You put in a quarter and you get your play or whatever. But the Sega machines like Virtua Fighter and, the Virtua Fighter and, Fighting Vipers and later on, but we'll say Virtua Fighter, so 93, and Virtual Racing, all these games were all the other machines, they were a quarter. These games, they cost $1 for the same play. It would literally cost you 4 times for the same play. So, but yeah, so when the machine came about, I was just like, yeah, I can't say no to this. It was like $15, $16, $700, which in all fairness is not an unreasonable amount to charge. This guy, I guess his wife was just like, you get that shit out of this house. I was just like, all right, I'll take it. I didn't think about it. The trick about the trick about getting this shit is not thinking about it and embracing your inner nerd, and get like a U-Haul or whatever, and you drive to Edmonton for 7 hours or whatever, and you get this shit and you load it and all this stuff, and then you fucking grunt and groan and swear and get pissed off, going up the stairs and that kind of thing, Message retracted. Did they send it through the mail or did you have to go get it? Are you talking about the arcade machine? No, man. The arcade machine, I fucking drove. I did not. There was no getting it through the mail and having it shipped. The guy had the... I'm assuming that you're talking about the Virtua Fighter 2 machine. The Virtua Fighter 2 machine, the guy had it in Edmonton, which is about 7 hours or so away from Regina, which is where... so I drove 7 hours to go, get this machine. And, got like a little, those little U-Haul trailers or whatever, which was just wide enough to fit it. And generally speaking, when you have an arcade machine, you generally don't tend to want to have it back down. You want to have it on the side so that you don't have undue stress on the neck. At the time, I had no other option. But fortunately, the Sega Model 2 arcade machines have extra fortification, if you want to call it that, in the neck of the CRT, so it didn't break. But yeah, so I went all the fucking way to Edmonton, drove 7 hours to get it, loaded the goddamn thing in the back of the U-Haul trailer, had it set up, hitched to my vehicle, and drove the whole thing all the way back with tarps and everything on it. And all the way back to Regina. So, nope, no mail for me, no shipping for me. Went all the way, drove 7 hours and hauled the damn thing, in the back, and and brought it back here and got the fucking thing up the stairs and somehow managed to get it in the house. And there were certainly times it was like, why did I decide? why do this? But given that it worked, I think it was worth every penny. Of course, I might be saying it differently if it didn't work, but it did. It did for sure. So I'd probably finish this game now, shouldn't I? Have another drink after it, I think. So yeah, I mean, But it's interesting how you were mentioning it. It is, in a way, is kind of a. It does sort of look like a Virtua Fighter ripoff, doesn't it? And in fairness, it has definitely ripped off some elements of it. But Dead or Alive has sort of come into its own as its own. This is actually Dead or Alive is actually my favorite Japanese fighter of all time. Absolutely my favorite. More than Virtual Fighter, more than Tekken, more than sorry, more than Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, or any of the Capcom ones. I don't know. There's just something about it. And when it came out, it wasn't that long after Virtual Fighter, and it definitely the first game which you're looking at now. Now, I played this in the arcades, so yeah. So this is actually Dead or Alive is actually my favorite Japanese fighter of all time. It's not it was never super hugely popular here in North America, but I enjoy it. And when I went to school, my animation school, a lot of my classmates were Japanese. So a lot of them introduced me to games in Toronto, where I went to school, or the greater Toronto area, we'll say. There was a decent Japanese population, and there were Japanese bars and stuff where they had Japanese machines. So I would go in there with my friends who were Japanese and would have access to all these Japanese arcade machines, and that was the most amount of time that I spent on it. So we had like Dead or Alive and stuff like that. It's like Astro City and Sega Astro Cities and Candy Cabs and things like that. Yeah, dedication, salute. I should post I still have the photos. Try to get the fucking thing in here. I should do a YouTube shorts that shows the various stages of bullshit. It took 13 hours to get the machine all the way up the stairs. It was just bullshit. But it was also bullshit for me to not really think about it and sort of lust after this machine and not really give the usual amount of attention that I would typically give to a major ordeal like that. Unfortunately, I had some very dedicated people that put up with my stupidity and bullshit to get this stupid fucking machine in here, because only a bunch of nerds are going to get in there. But jiu-jitsu people are huge nerds. Yes, we can fight, but we also love old school video games and grew up with them. And there are times where we go, hey, you know that fucking thing in Street Fighter or Tekken or whatever, I wonder if that would work. This is like before or after class, and we'll go, hey, man, let's fucking try it. You know? And then we'll try, go, all right, tap, 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 tap. It fucking hurts, man. We're all nerds. Even if we know how to fight, which we do in real life, we're nerds. Nerds! Real martial artists, we're all still nerds. And proud of it. And you know what? When you're a real martial artist in your training, it's kind of cool to kind of look at these games and play these games and go, hey, you know, I wonder if we could try something like that. Sure, man. We'll go on the mat and we'll fucking try it. Why not? Why not? And you know what? Sometimes you try something and go, hey, you know what? That actually worked pretty well. Or it doesn't even always have to all work. You might be able to take something from it, you know, and it works works better than you. It just you just need to have something that you can take from it. So you can, as a martial artist, you can take inspiration from video games, and I take stuff that I see here and try and apply it to the mat all the time. I mean, obviously you can't do everything, But you see these crazy, fantastical things and go, well, you know what? Maybe we could do some of it, and then we try some of it, right? Because we're trained and stuff. And you know, if it goes a little too far, well, then one of us just taps and goes, okay, great idea in theory, but that was fucked. But these are all things about how you get better. You know, all about getting better. Life is about getting better. Nerds run the world, make the most money. Yeah, represent. Nerds, you know, it's funny. People when I was like, you're a fucking nerd, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, I'm a fucking nerd that does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I can kick your ass if you want to be a fucking problem. And I enjoy video games, and I enjoy movies, and I enjoy, you know, it's okay. The nice thing is now it's cool to be a nerd. It's okay to be a nerd. It's socially acceptable. But when I was a kid, it was not. It wasn't. Like, you had people that, you know, they would try and start shit, and you know, but I don't know. I think it's okay to be a nerd. It's what's nice, or well, it is okay to be a nerd. It's always been okay to be a nerd. But now it's less dangerous to be a nerd. And I think that you can take a little bit from, I think you can really take a little bit from everything. You know, depending on how things go. But it's nice that it's socially acceptable. Hey man, I like going to science fiction movies. I like video games. I like playing RPGs. I enjoy going to real martial arts and whatever. And I like the crossover. I like anime. I like animation. I worked in animation. I went to school for animation. I worked for animation studios that did stuff for the Disney Channel and all that. I mean, there's less work in live action, and so I work in TV proper now. But I'm still a nerd. I got into stuff because I enjoy doing it. I starved for a long time, but eventually, if you're good enough and you meet the right people, you can make a career out of it, and that's what I did. I mean, I'm not making glass house and glass toilet money, but I'm comfortable. You know, I'm making a comfortable middle class existence, doing what I like doing. Would I love to make more? Absolutely, I would love to make more. But hey, you know what? This is totally a fucking ripoff of Virtua Fighter. Jesus, this guy is totally budget Lao here. Gen Fu, holy fuck! Even the dojo and all that stuff looks like Virtua Fighter. That's nice jiu-jitsu. I got in trouble fighting because I was smart. Yeah, well, with jiu-jitsu you have to be smart. And the thing is when you're smart, people want to pick on you because they don't like being shown up. Especially when they're the ones that start the problem. But what I like about jiu-jitsu is it's sort of an engineering thing. What style do you practice? Are you in jiu-jitsu or aikido or a striking martial art? So I train in primarily Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I had done some Japanese jiu-jitsu, but Brazilian jiu-jitsu, I find jiu-jitsu in general tends to work better on the ground, which is one of the reasons why it was adapted the way that it was. And honestly, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, simply adapted for the ground. So I didn't feel too bad over making that transition. For Aikido, I train just sort of O-sensei's style with Hanbu Dojo. And then as far as striking martial arts, I trained a Pancak Silat, which is an Indonesian martial art, which has some similarities to Muay Thai. It's not exactly the same, but there's some crossover. There's also some grappling involved. And then people say shit about Krav Maga. I did that as well, which is technically not a martial art more than as it is a fighting system. But what I think is useful about Krav Maga is that if you're taught Krav Maga properly, is that it helps focus your holes in your fighting, right? And helps you figure out where you're weak, and then you decide what you want to do. So I knew that my ground skills were not that good, and so Krav Maga made it clear that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu would help plug that hole. My striking was pretty good with Pancak Silat, which is an Indonesian martial art. And so these are, a lot of it is plugging holes. And I really like Aikido. People say, oh, well, Aikido is this and Aikido is that. But there's really nothing like it for small joint manipulation of hands and things like that. And because it's related to Jiu-Jitsu and Judo, and I do a little bit of training in Judo, I'm not going to go crazy with training in Judo until in Jiu-Jitsu I would say I'm at a purple belt. But the standing takedowns help me. So I do some training in Judo, but I am absolutely going to be going nuts with it. I have a colleague that is basically Judo Canada. He's a very well-respected, high-ranking sensei. And then when I have time, I train with him when I can. Right, because it assists with the standing takedowns. So yeah, I guess that's a long, blathery, long-winded way of saying I primarily train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Aikido for small joint manipulation. I know people say stuff about Aikido, but it does work. And then for striking, I had done Pancak Silat, which is an Indonesian martial art. Look it up if you want. It's pretty cool. And Krav Maga, which is technically not a martial art. It's more of a fighting system. But it borrows stuff from other martial arts. People say shit about that too, but it does kind of give you a pretty good grab bag, especially if you want to be a serious martial artist, and kind of shows you what you really need to work on. In my particular case, it was I felt that I needed to work on ground, which in fairness, a lot of people need to work on ground. I feel sorry for whoever fucks with you. Well, that's the thing, right? There's always somebody. There's always somebody, right? There's always somebody that thinks that they're going to make an example of you and start something, and this is why you train. You never want to start a fight. You always want to end a fight. You want to be able to end it, but if you can end a fight with your words, by all means, you want to try that. And I was never a naturally gifted martial artist. I had to work really hard at it. I don't know if you watch... I'm just going to pause this for a quick second. I don't know if you watch anime at all. It's not a hugely well-known. But my nickname at my dojo is... let's see if I can get it. Kenichi. And by the way, the gentleman that did this tattoo for me was actually he's an awesome tattoo artist, and he was actually he's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he was my coach. So shout out to Jason Burns. And Kenichi is a character that did not have a natural proclivity for martial arts, but was very, very stubborn and worked very, very hard at it until he was proficient at it. And that's one of the really nice things about martial arts. If you want it bad enough, even if you're not that great, as long as you stick with it and keep working at it and keep trying to get help and do privates and this and that, you can and you will become proficient. It's just how bad do you want it? Because I wasn't a natural fighter. I just didn't like bullies, right? So, but having engineers in the family, you sort of get addicted to the idea of being able to use essentially engineering to win a fight. Right? You don't want to start a fight. You never want to be the person that starts the altercation. But if some people they don't fucking get the memo, right? There's always somebody that's going to be like, I'm bigger than you, or I'm stronger than you, or I'm whatever than you, and so on. One of the cool things about jiu-jitsu, and to some degree all martial arts, is that size doesn't. I mean, size does matter, but it doesn't. It does and it doesn't. I had an instructor that used to say, size matters, it does and it doesn't. If you are, so I'm not a big dude. I'm fit, I got abs, but, I'm like 5'10", 160, whatever. Like, I'm not a big dude. There's, some of my jiu-jitsu buddies are, big fuckers, right? They're like 6'4" and, 240, and I'll do to you what I did to you. I mean, we're all friends and everything, but what it teaches you is how to use. You're basically using math. You're using somebody else as a fulcrum. You're not really using brute strength. You're not necessarily using somebody's strength against them, but you're finding a way to essentially balance them so that you can push them and gain control. Right? There's no punching or kicking in jiu-jitsu. It's joint manipulation. The point of it is to get somebody to get close to you so you can tie them up. Right? You essentially, the goal is, if you use jiu-jitsu, you want to bend somebody's limb in a way that it's not meant to be bent, and therefore either gain control by having the person not being able to move, or being able to get a submission. And I don't think that there's any one magic martial art. I personally am of the belief, and I think many martial artists, very proficient martial artists, which I don't consider myself to be a brilliant martial artist, but I can hold my own. I think it's good to have a good striking martial art and a good grappling martial art. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with, say, for striking, like an Okinawan karate, or a taekwondo or whatever else. But I would argue that there are a lot of people that know karate at this point, right? Especially with the craze of the 80s and taekwondo. But what I like about jiu-jitsu is somebody can have the strongest hit in the history of the world, but if they can't reach you, then they can't hit you. And you can take their limbs and bend them so that they don't have the opportunity to punch you or kick you or whatever. And in my view, this is one of the things that I really enjoy about jiu-jitsu, the fact that you can restrict a limb without necessarily hurting the other person, so that they cannot attack you in the first place, or reduce the inertia of said attack so that it may as well not have happened. And then from there, you can then control the situation without necessarily injuring the person. It'll piss them off. Absolutely piss them off. People, big macho men, they don't like being held. But it allows you to control a situation without hurting somebody, so you're less likely to get charged with assault if things go wrong and a cop shows up and they have to kind of go by what they see. And I have friends and stuff in law enforcement, right? It's not an easy job. But yeah, I mean, it just takes time, takes effort. You have to be willing to kind of get beat up. And that's one of the cool things about martial arts. And it's like, oh, well, I don't really want to go and get beat up. Yeah, but everybody's going through the same thing, right? So one of the cool things about martial arts particularly Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, is everybody, I don't want to say it's like a brotherhood, but everybody's kind of got everybody else's back. And if you're rolling with somebody, particularly higher belt, that's better than you and better technically, it could be just they have a higher rank. It could be, right? Because everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. The cool thing about, if some dipshit decides that they're going to drop you on the streets of Chicago, say, right, they're not going to tell you how they beat you, right? You're not going to ask the guy that beat the shit out of you. Excuse me, kind sir, would you kindly tell me how you disabled me so that you can steal my wallet and my this and that? No. But the nice thing about martial arts, particularly jiu-jitsu, but I would say that any martial art that has a healthy attitude with respect to training, is that, are you going to get your ass kicked? Absolutely you're going to get your ass kicked, particularly as a beginner. But the cool thing is you can ask your buddy, because even though they're beating you, they're still your buddy. They're your sparring partner, but you're still friends. You can ask them how they beat you, and they'll tell you, okay, well, get in the position, and this is what I did. This is what you did to telegraph to me, to give me an opening, and here's how I exploited it. That's the old saying, bleed in the dojo so you don't bleed on the battlefield. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that, and I think that all you can really do is work harder. And don't get me wrong, my friends and people that I know, it's like, oh, well, you talk. There are days where I feel like I'm on top of the world, and I feel, okay, I'm going to be great, and eventually I'm going to be a black belt, and this and that and the other thing. And then there's other days where I just want to fucking smash dishes, and I'm like, I'm never going to get this, and I'm never going to get anywhere, or whatever. It's fucking hard, man. When they say, martial art require a discipline. Yeah, it does require discipline, because you're going to have good days and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, this is great. And then you're going to have other days where you're like, you know what, I should fucking quit, and I'm just getting my ass kicked and whatever. And the emotions go very much up and down. And you're eating your own words, and you're eating your own foot, and you're eating your own hand, and this and that and the other thing. Stubbornness is the right kind of stubbornness. When I say stubbornness, I mean the stubbornness that no matter how many times you lose, that you keep going back on the mat and you keep asking questions and you keep going. You're going to have days where you're like, you know what, fuck this, and you stomp on the mat, and whenever you go home, and your sensei or your professor or your instructor or your shifu in the case of a Chinese martial art or whatever you want to call it. You know, as long as you keep going back and eventually go, okay, what did I do wrong? Sensei, shifu, professor, at the dojang, whatever. What did I do wrong? Okay, well, let's go over it. What are you having trouble with? Where do you keep getting stopped? And then you get on the mat and you replay the match, and they go, okay, all right, here's what's happening. You keep doing this. You keep putting your arm here and whatever, and so you're flaring your arm. A lot of the time it's little shit, but the stubbornness, this is what I mean by the right type of stubbornness. I have days where I'm like, I suck and I'm never going to be good at this, and I don't ever want to go back, and I'll drive all my friends and everybody that I know crazy and so on and so forth, but I'm always back, right? I'll be in a shitty mood for like a day or a couple hours or a couple of days even, you know, but I'm always back, you know, and willing to take that lesson and apply what I've learned. So it's just, that's the right kind of stubborn. The wrong kind of stubborn is questioning your sensei, shifu, professor, etc., you know, and thinking you know better. And then you get your ass kicked, and then you get kicked out. And then guess what? You get a zero knowledge. But yeah, it's Dragon Ball. And just Dragon Ball is in a list of North Star, but that's nice. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm fucking stubborn, man. I'm gonna take a sip of this, and I'm gonna have so much liquid. You gotta take a leak. You could be that big. Oh, I didn't actually tell you what this this tattoo meant. So come on, man, right in front of the yeah. So this says Kenichi. So if you're curious, and then you don't have to, but if you're curious, there's a Japanese show called Kenichi the Last Disciple, and he's not very good. He's sort of a nerdy, scrappy kid, and he keeps getting beat up, and people kind of keep shitting on him, and but what he is he's stubborn. So he kind of, he meets this girl, and she's a martial artist, and she's the first person that really pays any attention to him, and he semi-reluctantly ends up going to this dojo because he doesn't want to be a victim anymore. And he's not really a coward. He's like, I can't deal with this and blah, blah, blah. But he always goes back, right? And no matter how bad it gets for him, he keeps going back to the dojo, even if he doesn't really want to, And he keeps training, right? He keeps getting beaten up and losing matches and all this shit, but he's always back, and he gets better and he gets better and he gets better and he gets better and he gets better. And I was sort of that kid. And that's why that's my nickname at the dojo that I train at, right? Because I was not very good. I mean, I personally don't think I'm brilliant. See, if you start thinking you're fucking brilliant and hot shit, that's the moment where you get your ass kicked. You want to have just enough confidence that you feel that you can handle an issue that's thrown at you, but you really don't want to start thinking that you all that. Because as soon as that happens, then you get your ass kicked. And it took a lot of time and a lot of effort and whatever. And yeah, people sniggering in the background, and I know why that is. But yeah, so I don't really know what I'm talking about here. I'm just drinking booze, so we'll blame the booze. But yeah, I think that anybody can become reasonably proficient as long as they're stubborn enough to keep going back. If you're tough enough to keep getting beat up legally and then asking your sensei / professor or whatever, and I mean, even in Aikido, like, we'll have summer days or whatever before or after class where we're fucking around, and my sensei is like a 3rd degree. Can't beat him, and we're like, hey Corey, I'll try this. Oh fuck, I'm done. But we'll every so often we'll go, well, let's try some jiu-jitsu versus Aikido or whatever, or mix the two, whatever. You get your ass kicked, but it's fun. But it also kind of battle test thing and whatever. And I think the other thing that happens is when you are training with the same people day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, you get very close to people, right? Because you're essentially putting your safety in their hands, and they're putting their safety in yours. So you get very close, and you get very, very good relationships. And I think the friendships and the support that you get, because everybody's working really, really hard, I think that's what gets you through those days where you're like, oh, I fucking suck and I should quit because I suck and I'm never going to get this and blah, blah, blah. So the guys that are beating you are always the one that are going to put their arm around their shoulder and buy you a beer and say, hey, you know what, man, like, you got to keep it up, because we all have days like that. And, you tough by showing up, and then you get tougher by keep going. And I think that's a big part of it. I didn't really think of it when I started, but it's the friendships and the relationships that you develop with people that keep you going. Yeah, Ippo the boxer. Yeah, there's some overlap. It's I'll type it. Kenichi. I think the fuck, man. Kenichi. Histories. I think it was history. In English, it's referred to as Kenichi, history's greatest disciple. And it is good in Japanese. Generally, I prefer to watch things in Japanese, but the English dub is excellent. I don't think that you're going to lose anything by the English dub. So if you can track it down, I think it's on Crunchyroll, isn't it? I think it's on Crunchyroll. I'm pretty sure it's on Crunchyroll. So if you have a subscription to Crunchyroll or a 30-day or whatever, then you should be able to see it. I don't think there are that many seasons. I think it only lasted like maybe 3 seasons, 5 seasons. It was like it wasn't like crazy or anything like that. Yeah, but it's a good show. And like I said, I sort of identified with that character, which is why it was shown to me, I think. And this is why I have that permanently tattooed on my arm. And it was permanently tattooed on my arm by my good friend and black belt jiu-jitsu coach. That's his day job. He's an amazing artist. Jason Burns, by the way, if you want to look him up, his Instagram is Burns Tattoos, and he's just awesome, and he's the nicest guy in the history of the fucking world. And he's not a huge guy, but it doesn't matter, because if anybody tries to fuck with him, but he's cool, man. It's like Lion King, right? Hey, well, I'm glad he's on our side. So if you're curious, he's a cool dude. Burns, I think it's Burns Tattoos. Fuck. Here we go. So this is my buddy Jason. So Jason was my one of my instructors in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for years, and he is a black belt. And I was honored to be there for his black belt ceremony, and he earned it. And he has helped me. He has helped me many, many times. In fact, he got his black belt, I think, the day that I got my first promotion. And I wouldn't have gotten it if it weren't for him and Kevin and other people that have really, really helped me out. You really, it's your friends that really help you get through it, right? Because it's fucking hard, man. It's fucking hard. It is way hard, and I think that's really what gets you through. And for all this so-called jiu-jitsu badassery or whatever, having booze still makes you take a piss. I'll be right back because I have to take a piss. TMI, probably, definitely. I apologize. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I should probably finish this match, eh? Ow! Ow! I got myself another drink. I because I train during the week, I generally don't drink or drink or have crap. But Friday's my cheat day, so I have my chocolate and I have my booze and I have all the shit that I'm not supposed to have. And I look forward to Friday because it's the day that I don't have to worry. I don't have to spend. Yeah, I want to continue. It's the day that I don't have to. It's a day that I don't have to worry about shit and. Can she jump? Ah. You lose. Yeah, I'll continue. Usually a little better with Kasumi, I would say, but that's okay. You can't win them all. You can't win. Cheat days are the best. Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. Before I got really, and honestly, it's really because of jiu-jitsu. It's like, well, I'm going to stay at these calories and blah, 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 and whatever. And before I was a lot more laissez-faire about the whole thing. But one of the things about it is that I look forward to it. Like I'm not so out that I'm not. Yeah, I can see that. It's nice to have something to really look forward to, that I can have all the food that I want to have on Friday, and I can enjoy my booze. And I can enjoy my chocolate and whatever, and I don't have to feel guilty because, you know, I'm training every week. Like, I'm training all week, and, you know, I do my jiu-jitsu, and I'm losing weight, and I feel good, and I look good, and whatever, and all this stuff, you know. And I used to be 300 pounds, if you can believe it. But Friday, yeah, I look forward to having my... I look forward to having my Fireball and my Reese's Pieces and, you know, being able to have meat. I generally do not eat meat. I'll have fish, but I don't eat meat generally. And there's wonderful things I get to eat during the week because it's a good time for that. But, you know, I really enjoy... I look forward to being able to do my live stream every week because it makes me feel good. I enjoy doing my Saturn live streams and I enjoy having my booze and I enjoy having my chocolate and I don't give a shit. I enjoy it and cheat days are great because it gives you something to work. Psychologically, it's good because it gives you something to look forward to. Because if you, right, and it also kind of keeps you on the ball so that you're not basically working with no reward. So it helps kind of keep you on the path, and it gives you that discipline. Because I think if you, and that's also backed up by medical and dietary science. Right. If you just keep doing shit all the time and you're not giving yourself any kind of a reward, then there's not much. Not a huge amount of incentive, you know. But one day a week, as long as you're getting a lot of exercise, right? Because I'll do an hour on the elliptical, and then I'll do my my upper body and my lower body and all this stuff. And then I'll do my jiu-jitsu every night. I like to do jiu-jitsu 4 times a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Monday and Wednesday are my gi days, and then Tuesday and Thursday are no gi days. So it kind of breaks it up. So I have my no gi and I have my gi training, which is nice. I'm on a little bit of a hiatus, not hiatus, a little bit of a break from Aikido, but I'll be going back to weapons class on Sundays, and then I'll start adding the weekly classes again, and even like just stretches and that, and Ichikatami and all that stuff. These are all things that make my life. I find that martial arts enrich my life and provide me with more. It provides me with, I don't want to say discipline because everybody says that. It's like a fucking bumper sticker, but it having something that kind of keeps you on track really helps. And you know what? I like video games too. It's also kind of cool because when you start doing real martial arts, you sort of look at video games, and particularly more realistic video games, and going, hey, you know what? I wonder if we could try that. Because, I mean, let's be honest, most of the people that are in martial arts, we're all nerds. We're just nerds that are not afraid to get on the mat and get dirty and maybe get banged up a little bit. Because really, it's all about learning and figuring shit out. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was 300 pounds. A lot of people don't believe me. I'll have to find a picture. Joe will tell you. Joe Totoni. Joe and I have been friends since high school. He'll tell you I used to be 300 pounds. I was a big dude, man. Now I'm like probably 160 or whatever. And, you know, I have abs now. I mean, I'm wearing a baggy shirt, but, you know, but I worked hard at it, too. I worked really hard at it. Losing weight is between the years. Make up your mind, it's easy. Make time, not excuses. But I think you need to find something fun that not only occupies you physically, but also occupies you mentally. Because otherwise you're just mindlessly pumping weights, and that's not fun. And if you're not engaging yourself mentally as well as physically, then you're just gonna do it for 3 or 4 weeks or whatever, you know. Yes, Zero, we get it. You know, you're just gonna wind up engaging, or you're just gonna wind up quitting because you're not really giving yourself anything over it. Yes, Zero. Because you have to have something to work toward. Mental is as important as physical, if not more, I would say. Because if you're not thinking about something, right, then you're just thinking. If I have some people that go, how did you lose all that weight? Like, I'm trying to. Don't go to the gym going, I need to lose 10 pounds. I need to lose 15 pounds. Know that is what you want to do, but you want to try and find an activity that engages you so that you're not really thinking about it. You want to be thinking about, hey, how can I get better at doing something fun? Martial arts for me is fun because you're basically trying to find out the most efficient way to deal with a physical problem that is presented to you. It's like chest on the floor. While many martial arts are, binary, jiu-jitsu is Boolean. If this, then. Okay, well, if this guy mounts me, how can I align my body weight so that I can get him off and try and get a submission? How do I manipulate the joint because this guy's bigger than me, so that he will do something that I can then manipulate another joint. It's these things that it's these things you have to go by what engages you. Because if you're going, oh my God, I'm an hour on the treadmill and I'm, cutting my calories and this and that, you're never going to last. You need to have something where you're not really thinking about it. And then you also want to control your diet. And the thing is North Americans are not that great. Canada, United States, whatever, take your fucking pick. They're not that good at healthy eating because they think it's always, oh, we need to have a salad. No, there's amazing, amazing food with tons of spices. Indonesia, Malaysia, India, all these amazing foods that have an explosion of flavor and are good for you. And they have tons of spices in them. And you can just keep eating them and there's like no calories. That kind of thing. Nobody's going to feel motivated if you're basically sitting there eating food that has absolutely no flavor and then basically trying to starve yourself and then work yourself on a treadmill or an elliptical or lifting weights or whatever. I mean, you may as well jump off a fucking cliff and kill yourself, right? Because there's no incentive. There's honestly, Asia, Southeast Asia, they have figured out amazing food. And there's all these substitutes that are amazing. If you don't like meat or you like meat or whatever, like some of the Beyond Meat and all that stuff is amazing. And the Impossible and whatever. They're like, oh, well, it's so unbelievably processed and whatever. Well, yeah, but you want to turn around and moderation in all things. And you can have certain things and that. I mean, and there's spices and whatever. You can enjoy food that's good for you and has a ton of flavor and feels like it's not good for you. They figured this shit out in South Asia and Southeast Asia years ago. Hot sauces, sweet, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't need to be, oh, well, I gotta have a salad. I mean, it makes me think of like Everybody Loves Raymond with the tofurkey or whatever. You can have, there's all kinds of amazing food that has a huge amount of flavor, and you would forget that you're not eating meat or whatever. There's lots of amazing options now that you would never know that you weren't eating meat or whatever, or stuff that has a huge amount. This is a good time for that. You have to do a little bit of research for sure, but this is a good time. You don't have to go without to be healthy. You don't have to go without food that you enjoy eating. You don't have to go without. I mean, I enjoy a good beer. I got a British family. I mean, I enjoy a great beer as much as the rest, as much as anybody else. I appreciate a good alcoholic drink. I just account for it. And by having food that I enjoy and knowing how much I'm putting in, I'm not really losing anything. But it does take that discipline to do it. I worked out since I was 14. I played football. I tried to get others to lose weight, but like you said, the person has to want to do it themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Losing weight is behind, but I think you have to find a physical activity that engages you. So if you're enjoying football or the strategy of football or whatever, that's it, right? Because you're thinking, how can I get better at football? How can I get a better play? How can I get right? And then the weight loss and all that stuff, that all comes, right? And then as you learn how to cook and make cooler food that's better, that tastes good and whatever, and then the weight loss is automatic. And then you start getting used to it. I think the mistake that people make is they think of losing weight first and not engaging themselves. You want to have a goal of losing weight, but if you just go, I want to lose weight, I want to lose 10 pounds, I want to lose 15 pounds and whatever, and they're not really thinking of it other than as a machine or as an automaton, and they go to the gym, that diet isn't going to last. You can't think in terms of, I'm going to have a diet, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. You want to find a physical activity that you enjoy but has some strategy to it that engages the part of the brain that makes you want to get better. And then you're thinking about, how can I get better at this? How can I make my game better? How can I make football has a huge amount of strategy. How can I make my game better? How can I snap the ball better? How can I execute this play better? How can I do this better? And the rest of it is automatic. Losing weight is between the ears. The rest of it is easy. And it's a lot easier to get better at, at a sport if you're thinking about how to get better at the sport, rather than thinking, I need to lose 5 pounds, I need to lose 10 pounds, I need to lose 15 pounds. Have it in the back of your mind that you want to lose that, but have faith that if you find a physical activity that is working for you and makes you want to get better at it, that the rest of it is automatic. Find the sport that you like and that you want to get better at and engages you, and then find recipes that give you the calories that you need and no more than that you enjoy and you look forward to, and have your fucking cheat day on Friday. You know, that this is not, it's not rocket science. And I think in North America we have this culture where if it doesn't taste like nothing and it looks like rabbit food, then that's the only thing that's healthy. And, you know, there's a lot of things that we do pretty freaking good here in North America, but food, South Asia, Southeast Asia, they have us fucking beyond food by a goddamn mile. And I learned that real quick. It's like, holy God, all this food is amazing and all these amazing colors, and it's red and orange and brown and green and yellow and all these fantastic colors. And you know, you hear people joke about, oh, it'd be amazing if I could just eat chocolate and whatever and shit and it would make me lose weight. Well, that's kind of like what South Asia and Southeast Asia is like. Yeah, it's not chocolate, but there's all this amazing food that has all this fantastic flavor. And you keep eating it and you get thinner and thinner and thinner, and you're just, the food is just fantastic. Now, if you like boring food that doesn't have any fucking flavor, well, then I can't help you. But it's just, you know, I think sometimes in North America we get this idea that we think we know better than these cultures that are, you know, 1,000 or 2,000 years old. And yeah, there's certainly some things that we've figured out, but you know, you got to remember that a lot of these cultures have been around a lot longer than we have. I mean, how old is the United States? Like what, 400 years old? How old is Canada? Maybe 200, like 200. You know, I mean, respectively, North America, and Canada. I mean, we're not that old, man. I mean, America's like maybe 400 years, and Canada's like 200 something years. You know, and we think that we know better than all these other cultures that have been around for thousands of years, and they make amazing fucking food. You go to Indonesia or whatever, and nobody's fat. You know, nobody's fat. Well, there's the odd one, but it's like how people don't think of these things. Yeah, there are things that a modern or whatever society, but you know, don't discount 2,000 years of history. You know, when you've been doing something for 2,000 years, you're gonna pick up a thing or two. Hey, look at martial arts. Look at martial arts. It's like, oh well, you know, blah blah blah. Japan, they figured this shit out 2,000 years ago. Okay, well, you know, maybe our opponent is a lot bigger than we are, so you know, maybe we got to figure out another way to get a physical advantage. Okay, well, math. We'll deal with fulcrums, and we'll deal with pressure points, and we'll deal with points of physical weakness, and joints, small joint manipulation, and major joint manipulation, and things like that. It doesn't always have to be A plus B strength whatever equals whatever. You can be smart about how you deal with things. And I think that that's something that we don't think about. We think, hey, we're North America, we're the king of the world. But you know, I think we forget that there are cultures around the world that have figured this shit out long before it even was a glint in the milkman's eye, so to speak, in our case. here in North America, and we dismiss it. But there is some wisdom in that. Drunken musings, I guess, on a Friday night. But it's very true. I think it's very, very, very true. In my in my view, at least, anyway. Oh, I better get back to. There we go. I gotta do a little better here. Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's something to learn from everybody. And I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I find that my life got a lot easier when I started kind of observing and noticing what other people were doing that was getting results that I wanted, rather than questioning everybody all the time. It's like, well, if somebody else has something I want, rather than my preconceived notions as to what I think that person is or should be or whatever, maybe I should just shut my mouth and maybe take notice of what they're doing that's getting them closer to what I want, because they're already there. It doesn't matter if they're American or Japanese or Canadian or Indonesian or Malaysian or Indian or whatever. They have something you want, and most people I find are pretty happy to share their wisdom with you, as long as you are open to receiving that wisdom. And I think that's the hardest thing that people have to get over, is that they don't have all the answers, and they think that they're somehow weak, especially in the world that we're in right now. It's okay. Here's the cool thing about the world that we're in right now, for all the problems that we have right now. It's okay to be a nerd. It's okay to have a job and be successful and be in your 40s and still enjoy the video games you played as a kid, right? You can take inspiration from it. I was a Sega kid. I'm 40. I like playing these. I'm still cool, and I enjoy it. And as a martial artist, as a martial arts student in real life, I can also take stuff that I see in video games and go and bring it into class and say, hey, what would happen if we tried it? Because we're all nerds. Okay, well, let's try it. Okay, this didn't work. That didn't work. Why didn't it work? And you get the fun of kind of getting the inspiration of stuff that you enjoyed when you were a kid. But you also are kind of battle testing it and using that inspiration for fun to make you better. Anybody that knows me will tell you that I got all kinds of, but you try to, you take what you can get. And anybody that has a sort of a different approach or a different way of doing things, there's always, I'm just going to pause this because I want to enjoy a little bit of my drink. And I have M&M's. See, this is a cheat day. I had 2 candy bars now. Is that healthy? Absolutely not. Having 2, but I limit my calories during the week. I eat nothing but healthy stuff during the week wherever possible. I'm very strict with my diet. So Friday, you know what? I'm going to have M&M's, and I'm going to have Reese, and I'm going to have shit that I should not have. And sorry. And I'm going to enjoy my life, which I don't always do as much as I should. Life is good. We could all be in Iraq getting fucking shot at, or India or wherever, where people are being treated very poorly, and it's like an episode or like a Slumdog Millionaire. But you know what? We're not. Yeah, there's issues. There's issues everywhere, but being able to be self-sufficient, have a house, have a big fuzzy dog that loves you, you know, being able to, on Friday night, play video games and eating M&Ms. It's easy for us to get caught up and bullshit on what we don't have, what we think we should have, what we think we should need. And I'm, you know, man, I'm as guilty as anybody. I would say as well. That company does a shitty job, and we should be getting those contracts. And see, that's the thing about advice, right? It's always easier to give advice than it is to take it, particularly when it's your own. You might not necessarily question the wisdom of your own advice, but like most medicine, it's easier to administer than it is to take. But I mean, let's be honest here. It's possible to be in your 40s and be successful. Own a business, have a good job, whatever you want. And on Friday night, you know, get to talk to cool people like you in different areas, different countries, eat M&Ms, have booze, and have a shared experience. There's a lot of things about the world that are depressing, but you know, there's some things about the world that are pretty fucking awesome. You know, we get to play video games from all over the place. We get to learn stuff from each other. We get to talk to each other. We get to do new things. You know, there's a lot of negativity on the internet and whatever, but and there's some pretty scary shit going on in the world, but the fact that we can play video games and have a drink and hold a drink, so to speak, or raise a glass with a friend or a colleague or whatever halfway across the world or across the world and have a shared experience is not a bad thing. Yeah, absolutely. Or we could be hooked up to a machine in a dialysis place. It's not fun. I've seen misery in those places. Yeah, that's right. It's very easy to turn around and go, well, I don't have this and I don't have that. Yeah, well, getting hooked up to a dialysis machine, that fucking sucks. It sucks. You don't necessarily always think about the reality of what things are and where things are until they are befallen upon you, I suppose, if you want to say that. And I'm really bad with this. I mean, I struggle with it every day. I'm aware of it. And you go, well, I should have this and I should have that and I should have the other thing. And then you go, you know what? Yeah, I don't have everything I want, but life is pretty fucking good. You got a house, you got loving pets, you got a good career. Friday nights you can enjoy playing video games and eat M&Ms and have I mean, you know, it's the simple things. And I've been reminded of this many times. I mean, Joe and I have been friends since grade 9. Like, we've been friends for well over 20 years. Right? We've all seen some shit. You know, and we have days, we all have days where like, well, you know, that fucking, you know, self-entitled little dickhead, and he has this and he has that. But, you know, sometimes, and I don't know, maybe it's the booze talking, but still, I think booze to some degree, it's a true serum. At the end of the day, we're not living in a country where we're getting shot at. We're not being persecuted. We're not being, yeah, there are issues going on with Trump. Abso-fucking-lutely. You know, but I think a lot of these things are going to get resolved. I mean, things are cyclical. But I think realistically, I mean, we're not living in an oppressive place where people are getting shot at. We're not getting killed. We're not being persecuted. We're not being. There's some pretty fucking depressing things in the world, but you know, it's okay to have fun on a Friday night. It's okay to have M&Ms. It's okay to have some booze and kind of let loose. It's socially acceptable to, in your 40s, go, hey, you know what? It's okay to be successful financially, professionally, and be a real life martial artist and enjoy playing video games on Friday night. It doesn't mean that you're some smelly neckbeard that's, 483 pounds and covered in bed sores. You can enjoy things because you enjoy them and indulge in them and have a shared experience over the internet, as well as having a life, if you want to be cynical about it. And I think for all the cynicism and stuff that there is on the internet, I think there's some pretty awesome stuff that can be had too, right? It's a simple shit. Do I absolutely take that lesson all the time? Oh, my friends will tell me, we'll just fucking laugh. Absolutely not. But sometimes it's important to kind of turn around and go, you know what? Life ain't too shabby. And it's not. It's not. A lot of our issues that we have are, I don't want to say self-inflicted because I think that's disingenuous. I think that perhaps we put too much import on what we feel is a case. We will make it worse in our heads. We will give things more importance than they might necessarily need to have, appear to have, or actually have. Right? These are really really major distinctions. I mean, it is sort of what it is. And it's really just that simple. I think I'm starting to lose my mojo here a little bit. I'll try one more, but then I might play something else. I don't know, a Suka 120% might be good to change it up, or maybe, I don't know, some bulk slash, or because usually I'm able to finish Dead or Alive in one setting without this much kind of back and forth, So, but I am losing my mojo, I would say. I wonder what I should play. Those kicks absolutely 100% did not connect. Sometimes the spirit is willing, but the flesh, you know what I mean? The spirit is willing. That didn't go quite the way I wanted. I am going to load a Suka 120%. I think just to change things up. I'll be right back. There we go. We'll try some Asuka 120%. Cool. Weird. Cool. I'm just going to check something real quick. I feel like we might have lost some... I mean, I hear my headphones over here. Check 1. Ooh. That's weird. We... Huh. It seems like we're losing a lot of synchronization here for whatever reason. Don't know what. It'll probably fix itself. Cool. Check. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the audio, but I'll have it fixed eventually. I'm going to see if just going to the be right back there will fix it. Because I just noticed that we are having a little synchronization problem here. Is that better? Nope. Weird. Better? A little better. Nope. Weird. Very strange. Yeah. Well, I'll have it fixed up. Fixed up. Are you seeing... So, Rockfresh, I'm having a little bit of a delay of audio on my end. Are you seeing any delay from my voice with lip sync? Because it wasn't doing it before, but I'm seeing it a bit now. That's what I'm sort of curious about, because it wasn't doing it before. But I just want to make sure that it's not doing it now. It's weird, because it was going pretty well, and then suddenly I'm hearing a bit of a drift. Like the audio was late. Like a sort of a Hong Kong style. I'll keep going, but let me know if it's sort of out of sync. Because the audio is fine, it just seems to have just come out of sync. Oh. So it's back in sync now. like what I'm saying now is not delayed. The odd latency here and there is cool, but aren't. So it is okay. So Rock Fresh, it is okay right now. There isn't a delay between my mouth moving and the audio. Like right now. All right, well, we'll keep it up. Let me know. And I'll, by the way, I've noticed that several people have joined. If you haven't already, please subscribe. It really does help me out. So right now we're playing a Suka 120%. Sorta. Yeah, it might just because it's a long stream. And then I'm using OBS. I wonder if that's it. Because I don't think I've ever done a stream that's gone 4 hours before. I guess I could use vMix, but I'm pretty happy with OBS for this. All right. Oh. Okay, cool. It's weird that you're not getting any delay on your end, but I'm absolutely getting it on my end. But you know what? Hey, you know, as long as it's not making its way to the stream, I don't give a shit. It's more important that you guys are hearing everything properly as it should be. And in fairness, I've been streaming for a while. I mean, according to this, I have been streaming for 5 hours and 19 minutes and 8 seconds. Yeah, no, sounds good. I'll see you next week, too. I'll be here the same time. I'm probably going to... yeah, exactly. So I'll see you next week. Thanks for joining me. I'll be on the same time next week. Hopefully we'll see ya. And Vector Man's here every week, so yeah, no, it sounds great. All right, we'll have a good one, Rock Fresh, and I guess we'll see you. We'll see you next week, same time. You know, Friday at well, I guess Eastern time. We'll start at midnight. Sorry, I'm not slurring my words too much. I had a bit to drink. I'm not fucking loaded yet. I'm tipsy, but I'm not loaded. I'll see what else is playing. And by the way, I see that there's a a few other people watching. So feel free to say hi if you feel so inclined. If not, I totally understand. I will ask that if you're enjoying what you're seeing, or even if you don't, shameless is the advertising part of me, please do hit the subscribe button. I'm having a good time. Booze, M&M's, Japanese Sega Saturn. How could it be possible not to have a good time? All right, have a good one, Rock Fresh. We'll see you next Friday. We will rock new shit while I sit here playing Japanese games, eating M&Ms, drinking booze, at 40, employed, not living in my parents' basement, having a successful career, a fuzzy dog who is, well, frankly, operating as a traffic pylon that's cute. Life is good. Life is good. A lesson and a mantra that I should be repeating to myself more often. What do I want to play? I don't fucking know. But I do know that I want to play something. I do want to play something. All right. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be right back for a second. I'm going to queue it up, and I'm going to find another cool game to play because it's cool. It is the only way, ladies and gentlemen, to spend a Friday night. But if you haven't already hit the subscribe button, please do. Even if you feel the need just to lurk. Not going to coax anybody that wants to talk to coax anybody to talk that doesn't feel comfortable, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll be right back while I find another fun game that we can play. Well, I don't know what the fuck this is, but whatever it is, I'm gonna give it a try. We'll see if it's worth playing. 0. Stop being stupid. God, this air conditioner is way too cold. I'm just gonna turn this off for a minute because it's fucking cold. Sorry, bud. I gotta turn off the air conditioner for a little bit because Daddy's freezing. One second. There we go. There we go. We'll play this crazy fucking game. Thank you for joining. If you have not already, please do hit the subscribe button. It really does help me out? Hello, Zero. Sorry, I have a Siamese cat, and she will not be denied. Zero! You want attention? Is that what you want? Meh. This is just what she's like. Every so often, she will... Zero! Ugh. Mick.
よーしヒロインの出番よ
This is what we get. Budget, budget, budget. Budget, 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 budget. Budget, budget, budget. This is just shit that she does. This shit that you do? Every so often, she just needs me to pick her up, and I don't know. And she will not be denied, ladies and gentlemen, until she lets me do this, though. This is life with Siamese. Okay, are you gonna let me play? There you go. That should buy me a little bit of time. I think. Oh, of course they're all wearing their underwear and nothing else.
最初のパートナーを選んでね篠原アリスちゃんねそれではスタート篠原アリスちゃん
Okay.
でも16歳
Sure.
実は彼女いわゆる魔法少女ってやつなんだけど大人に変身できる以外は大した魔法が使えないみたいね
Yep, they're all in their underwear. Instant ratings hit, ladies and gentlemen.
彼女は今人間界で修行中の身ってやつだから私の頼みは当然聞いてくれるわけよね
Yeah.
じゃあ一緒に頑張りましょう必殺技はピンキッシュフローなんかトイレの芳香剤って感じだけど効果は抜群リーチで上がればアンコってる手配に裏ドラがついちゃうのよ魔法の雀士ピーチパイよみんなよろしくね
I don't really get it. I don't get it, man. I don't fucking get it. Don't get it. Okay, sure.
やっほーお久しぶりああルミ
Versus what? I don't know what the fuck we're versus at all, man.
なんでこうなっちゃうわけねえミルク
Are those mahjong tiles? Yeah, they look like mahjong tiles to me. All this work and all we're doing is fucking playing mahjong? Are you serious? You fucking me? Yeah, screw this. Screw this! I'm not sitting here playing mahjong. This is total crap. We're gonna play something that's not total shit. Hey, I don't want to fucking play mahjong. One sec. We'll get something a little hotter going on here than that. Hang on! All right, let's try something a little different here, ladies and gentlemen. Try this. We are going to try some fun here. This was not the game that I intended to play, but that's okay. You know what? It's something different. GT24. More women in their underwear. Well, good for ratings, I guess. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Automatic transmission. Sorry, I'm choking on my fucking drink here. Not gonna lie, these graphics are pretty bad even for the Saturn. I don't want to be a dick, but I'm not gonna. This game kinda sucks. Not very good mechanics. Doesn't seem that good to me. Not hugely impressed. Okay. Sure. Sure, man. Whatever the fuck you say. Yeah, time over. No shit. No shit. I'm seriously leaning towards playing a different game than this because this is pretty fucking crap. I'll try it, man, but this is just not doing it for me. Fine. We'd expect a little bit more from Jalico, but sure, why not? I'll pick a different course. My initial assessment of this game is that it's hot garbage. But hey man, what the fuck do I know? Seriously, what the fuck do I know? I mean, the frame rate's smooth. I'll give it that. I honestly cannot complain, about the smoothness of the frame rate. But I don't know, like you know what, this fucking sucks. I'm gonna pick a different game. Screw it. Okay, give me a sec. I'll pick something that does not fucking suck. We'll play something classic like Cotton. You know, I've never been particularly fantastic at platformers, but honestly, going and doing something classic like Gex seems like a good idea.
灰がブーンと飛んできたんでナイスキャッチ。はい、ごちそうさん。でも知らなかったんだ。装置をされていたなんて突然リモコンがおかしく
Weird hearing it in Japanese, but kind of cool though. Everything is cooler in Japanese. Why is this in English? Pick a language and stick with it. Holy fuck, bud. $19.95 Crystal Dynamics. Sure, man, we'll try it. You know what? Does anything go on here? There we go. So, I guess it's a platformer of sorts. I just, honestly, I was really never, for anybody that's watching, I just honestly was never a platformer type guy. Can I just walk through it? Of course not. Oh. So I can kick. I can jump. So I am in a... I'll be honest, I was really never a platformer type. So I somehow managed... Okay, there we go. So I can bust through here. Okay, sure. Why not? The question mark do anything? No, of course not. You know, it's funny. I remember seeing ads for this game when it came out, and it didn't speak to me then. And it's really not speaking to me particularly right now. Now, in fairness, I've never been a platformer. Just not my bag, baby. I was never fantastic at platformers. It was never something that I was particularly interested in. I was never good at them. I was never good at them. I'm still gonna play, but I'm going to enjoy some nutritionally deficient foods, further fueled by alcohol. not going to push our concurrent views right now, but should you change your mind and feel compelled to say, hey, I would love to hear from you. And if you haven't already, please do subscribe. I really appreciate it. I haven't scared you away yet. So, take from that what you will. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Holy fuck. I'm going to play something else. I'll be right back. You know what? I think we'll round out the night with a quick round of Panzer Dragoon. Why not? Why not just deal with a particular classic, I should think. I won't lie. It's 5:44 p.m. and I am starting to get a little tired. 5:44 p.m. Jesus fuck. I have been streaming for 5 hours and 44 minutes. So what I think I'm going to do is I am going to maybe stream for a little bit longer, but I think I might have to call it a night in about 15 minutes. But I will be back. I will be back. Every Friday night I am at the same time. So I'm in Saskatchewan, which I'm always online as of 10 p.m. my local time, and converting into daylight savings time half of the year. That is midnight Eastern time, which is basically where we are right now. And then the other half of the year, I believe, and do not quote me on the math, that's 11 p.m. So half of the year, it's 11 p.m. The other half of the year, it is midnight. Just because Saskatchewan is like Arizona, it does not observe daylight savings time. You know, because our government, they're innovators, you know. They're innovators. This is how they rock. Now, I don't really know how much wisdom there is with that, but hey, why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? By the way, if you have not already subscribed, please do. I know everybody's always begging for subscribers, but it really does help me because, you know, it helps get more viewers, helps get more support. These are things that really do make a difference, right? Because the more people that I get that subscribe, the more that the almighty, powerful YouTube algorithm will suggest it more, and these are all things that help. I mean, I get a little bit of money and beer money, really, here and there from people that watch the streams or whatever, like advertising or whatever. But yeah, because where I am, it is currently 4 a.m. Now, I don't know where those of you kind, upstanding viewers are actually watching from, but where I am, it's getting pretty close to 4 a.m. And I'm starting to get a little teeny tiny little bit tired. But you know what? I'm really happy to be here Friday night with you. It was good stuff. And Panzer Dragoon is always relaxing. It's always quality stuff. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Please hit the subscribe button. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, hit the subscribe button right now. It helps me. It helps all of us. And, you know, because I've noticed that a bunch of you are still here watching. Not going to pressure anybody to chat in the chat room or the chat here on YouTube if they do not feel particularly compelled to do so. But, you know, these... it really does help. Not to chat. I enjoy talking with people that decide that they're gonna sit here like that. They're gonna enjoy and sit here and enjoy the live stream. But subscribing really is something that is very much appreciated. You know, it's funny. This always fucks me up because it looks like just a texture map. Yet we do wind up inside. Are there any other weapons like that? Oh, yeah. I remember beating this before. No bombs, no extra anything really, but what we do, however, get, ladies and gents, is some sexy vintage Sega Dreamcast action. I have finished this before, but been a little while, so why not finish it up? Where'd the rest of it go? It disappeared. There we go. There we go. Targeting would probably be good. Ouch. Did not go quite the way that I... Ow! That didn't go very well, did it? We'll try again. We will try again. But, yeah, 552. I can't believe I've been live streaming almost 6 hours. But you know what? It's been a good week. Tell me the game is on rails without telling me that it's on rails. Did not go quite the way I wanted. Well, I have to applaud the highly dedicated, engaged viewers. Big giant gunboat. game over right at the very end. All right, ladies and gents, I really appreciate all of you that have decided to come and join me today. I am, as always, here Friday night. I start at 10 p.m. Saskatchewan time, and currently that is midnight Eastern time. It's always every Friday. Always every Friday. Thank you so much for joining me. If you have not already done so, please hit the subscribe button. I really appreciate it. And it does help. It causes YouTube to recommend me to more people and therefore attracts more people to the stream. So anyway, I'm wishing everybody a good night, and I'm going to be back on a Friday night next week. So again, please do subscribe. Subscribe. Makes a huge difference. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me tonight. This is, I think, the longest stream that I've ever done. As long as I feel emotionally good, I'm going to keep doing this, and it really means a lot to me for those of you that to just show up and watch and engage. And I always enjoy speaking with all of you, and it's, even if you don't really feel like talking in the chat, it's always nice that those of you, some of you, want to watch. And so again, please subscribe. I will be back Friday night. I am always here every Friday night at 10 p.m. Saskatchewan time, which is currently midnight Eastern time. And then the other 6 months of the year, it's 11. So subscribe, and I will see you on Friday. Thanks, everyone.